Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to Overwatch 2 here at NECC. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and once again joined on the mic by Soev Danam. How are you doing tonight?
It's a beautiful night to kick off some Overwatch here on the A-Stream Juggle, and these two teams are looking at very strong. Purdue White of Purdue University and Valpo Shield of Valparaiso University, respectively. Both coming in here 2-0. Coming in with a little bit of different records. Purdue undefeated 2-0, and Valpo Shield coming in 1-1. So Purdue looking to continue the lead they have right now, and it's worth noting that they have earned that pretty well. Just kind of the references we've talked about with this team, they seem to be a very well established unit with the tank leading the way. That it will be OG, who's been dubbed the mastermind of this. So I do think that when you kind of have this team structure and you kind of really understand where a team like Purdue White plays and how they work, that's how you get those 2-0 runs. That's how you go on those good runs. That said, I do know that Valpo Shield in the previous splits has looked very, very good. A lot of those Valpo teams get the time and the energy, and considering that loss was against the CSU Vikes, that was probably one of those maps that just kind of gives us, like, you could have played anybody, probably a very good team, and I think the Valpo Shield does stand to kind of put the foot down versus the Purdue Whites lead right now.
I think that's a very astute observation, right? They play very well, historically, too. But again, speaking of Purdue White, they did take first, I believe, in their division last spring, right? Yeah. So we know that they're a strong program. They're going to continue to be. So it's gonna be tough for Valpo, but I think regardless, it will be a good game tonight. Now, Purdue White, they love these kind of very aggressive rush-based compositions, right? And curiously, it tends to be more Reinhardt or Orisa-based. They actually don't play the Ramatra a whole lot, so I'm gonna be curious to see if we do see Ramatra coming out from Valpo, how they're going to counter, because a lot of times when you've got a Ramatra on the field, you just need to counter with another Ramatra.
Yeah, it's very hard to get past that. Usually the rest of the team playing around the rim is going to be very, very bunkered in. So given that Purdue White is looking for a lot of those mistakes there, play as an aggressive unit, I do expect that if they come across this kind of turtled-based comp, that they're going to have to take it a little bit slower and maybe lose a little bit of the pace here. So depending what Valpo Shield brings out is going to bring a lot of it. And I think that if you have been paying attention to Purdue White on their team, it is going to be, you kind of have to be aware of that, right? Like, you have to be aware that they want to rush, they want to dive, and they want to play aggressively. So getting control and wrangling the pace out of their hands is going to be so important going into this map 1 on Ilios. Given how fast-paced this can be, especially on Ruins, there's expected a lot. Purdue White showing quite a variety of things here. I mean, the Widow makes sense here. Everything else is very brawly. Zarya will go in, and the Mei is... I think Mei can be a very underrated pick here. This is a very just high damage brawl comp that puts the pressure on OG to perform, and that's exactly what they want to do. On the other side, there's that Ram, and I think that this is going to be very interesting because we're going to be looking at these tanks in particular, I think, to really set the opening value as opposed to the DPS. I do think Gardent, who has been known to be quite a crack shot since coming to Overwatch 2, has the chance to do so, but I really am watching these tanks.
Yeah, certainly Gardent being kind of free to get a lot done. You know, there's nobody who's going to be able to directly counter them. Dirty Wolf, who just went down, honestly probably the best person to do just that. So when they move to point, as Valpo is starting to do, trying to take a little bit of control over it, they're going to have to keep these sight lines in mind, and we do see Garden being very aware of that. Point is going to flip over initially to Purdue White. They've been able to push back successfully on a Valpo Shield, but they do have the reinforcements. But Whistle going down very low means I think this fight is still pretty much over in favor of Purdue, but a lot of healing just came in.
Yeah, and the picks came in too, Juggle. I think that's a go button for Valpo.
It certainly is, especially with OG being gone. They're going to be able to take a lot more presence on the point. Dirty World already finding a pair of kills as well. Sprout going to be the only player left keeping their team alive on point. They have backed off, and so Valpo Shield will get possession.
So the positioning of that fight was so important actually for Valpo Shield to not play and to actually let Purdue White aggress. It did force Garden into these bad sightlines that they couldn't really get the shot. You could see them searching for it, but really not having those angles. So really denying the Widow that sightline will do so much. Even with sights up, it'll be important. They do have this rush though, so that rush will be key against all this on the other side. Valpo needs that rush to big to hold.
They certainly do. We're going to see the sights come out. Graviton Surge now. Going to catch Wistful. Azuki able to take out Chiroro, who did have that Kitsune rush. So without that, Valpo falling apart at the seams. Purdue White will retake control.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a cheap fight for a grab. Now there are both support ultimates up on all sides. Annihilation versus Blizzard is an interesting place to be. I do think that Wistful has a little bit more of an advantage, just given that Ramatra should live a little bit more, and that the DPS of Valpo Shield have just more. They're closer to their ultimates. The ultimates should favor them.
They certainly should. And speaking as well to Garden actually taking out Blissful, gonna stop that thought in its tracks. This could be a very, very inexpensive fight win here for Purdue.
I mean, that was highly inexpensive. All it took was a single headshot. Yeah. Thankfully, Valpo didn't commit anything. They'll come back strong with 5 ultimates. But they are running out of time. 60% in climbing doesn't leave a lot. It's going to come down to kind of win this fight and then continue on winning. So not overcommitting to Valpo Shield and playing this well is going to be important.
That was a massive shield coming out from Banana Man. But Sprout going to get caught out. Wistful now. Going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the front line, back line, every line of this team, and retake the point.
So they'll have this chance to hold off 3 ultimates on the board to kind of hold this out. And yeah, you can see Sprout is just going to give that up and realize there's no point to stall it. So 3 ultimates up for Valpo Shield. They won that pretty cheap, all things considered. Atsuki does have that. They do have a couple ultimates coming up. They have Graviton, they have Kitsune Rush. It's still just a wealth for Valpo Shield, so it's theirs to lose.
Right, because Chiroro can counter with the Kitsune Rush of their own. Wall goes up, doesn't quite take Wistful out like they had hoped. The Deadeye now not going to find anything either, but the Death Blossom comes in, taking out 2 immediately. That's going to be a 3rd. So White has flipped back over in their favor. 60% now and counting.
Still managed to maintain the Kitsune rushes too, so that will continue to hold on both sides. Now there's just Graviton to kind of separate these 2 teams, and with the point coming to last fight, it is going to be important. So the later Kitsune Rush will help decide the victor here, in addition to this Graviton Surge. I do think that OG does continue to play aggressively and get pushed out though.
Here comes the Graviton Surge, going to catch a couple of members. That's crucially the 2 members that caught were the support line. Kitsune Rush is out as well. This should just be cleanup, but Garden has gone down, so they've got a little less damage than maybe they'd hope. Fusuk actually making it even more difficult. Annihilation now on point, but getting beamed down mercilessly by OG. Point will flip back in their favor. Got one more fight, but it's going to be scuffed.
I mean, someone's going to touch. It looks like it might be the Kiriko is there to touch. Either way, Valpo Shield now 1 down. Will have to play this from behind, and this is not a good spot to be in.
No, it's not. And, ooh, I don't think the touch
came make
in.
it.
Yeah.
No.
Just a little bit of a mistiming there from Valpo Shield. Going to give the first sub-map over to Purdue. But I'm going to be honest. Valpo came out here and has made a statement on this first sub-map, right?
Absolutely.
You know, we haven't really talked about the stakes too much yet in this match because we're still early in the season, right? Early in the split, rather. So we're not looking at, you know, playoff berths, anything like that. But what you can do right now is make a statement. The statement that Purdue White needs to make is we're still top dog. And the one Valpo needs to make is, hey, we can take a game. We can take a match off of the top dog here.
Yeah, and that is an important statement to make as we get to the end of the split, right? Once playoffs comes around, because this will matter for seeding, and as the rest of these seeds come through, Purdue White pulling out quite a unique comp here. Very sturdy across the board for everybody, and it is still, again, very OG-centric. It does put a lot of pressure on the Roadhog, even after those nerfs to come big. Maybe find a pick into the well itself, but Valpo Shield is playing, again, just a very high damage comp, very bursty, so catching someone out is important for Valpo Shield to maintain presence on well.
It really is. This is kind of a boom or bust composition here for Purdue White. And until actually we've seen Wistful on the Orisa, kind of the tank compositions in the overall, you know, way that these compositions are going to work. Oh, that is a huge hook. Wistful going down means, yeah, that point flips right over to Purdue White. But yeah, a lot of the comps that we saw on Ruins, they were very much, I think, centered around rotating you know, rotating around these very brief moments where both the tanks have value, right?
Yeah.
Now Wistful is going to get value all the time.
Yeah, and they should at all points. I mean, Purdue White should be able to be a sturdy comp that is tough to run through. Dirty Wolf will have an ultimate up. They'll be the first one up, but it's hard to get value versus this comp. There's just so much. Everybody has speed or just durability across that point, so it'll take positioning to win for Valpo Shield.
Fortify now being used by Wistful, putting a lot of pressure onto OG. In fact, they're going to be able to take them out. Take a breather was not available, and the support line wasn't just pumping in enough damage to get it done. Valpo with a little bit of a lead here. Garden coming out huge, though, before they go down. Kitsune rush out for Azuki. It's not going to be enough, though, so Valpo Shield takes control of the point.
That was a smart rotation, good positioning from them. They caught Purdue White, and that was what we wanted out of Valpo Shield, right? Was to take and get control of the pacing of the game with the tempo, and they have. Now they're rewarded with that 4 ultimates, almost 5 on board. Purdue White, of their own, nothing here too impactful. You might be able to push some people in with Whole Hog into the Torb ult, but it's just so much. They have to make huge plays and come up big here for Purdue White to take this back.
Yeah, the positioning of this team is going to have to be absolutely fantastic. We do have Deadeye coming out from... Oh, look at that. Gets the hook, but boop in. Whistle coming up big with the Terra Surge, though. See if they can keep this in favor of Valpo Shield, which they do. But Purdue White was, I believe, actually held on to every single ult.
Yeah, they didn't spend anything into that, and I think that was the right play. So low committal on both teams. So really trying to win with as minimal resources as possible. Just great from both sides. Valpo Shield does have full support ultimate. That's way more noteworthy on that late pick there. So I mean, they are just more solidly defendable here, despite how. Yeah. Quite honestly, thick Purdue White's team can be. So Purdue White looking to build up the last of their ultimates to try to defend this, and they are primed to flip it simply on the ult economy. They just have more. They should be able to win this if they spend less late and later.
Valpo, they're going to be wanting to hit this early too as well. With the Death Blossom coming in, we got the sound barrier though from Sprout that's going to keep them alive. Banana Man now making it difficult for them to try and push out into point. OG able to take Wistful out means no front line left for Valpo Shield. Point will flip back over, but 80+% on the board already for Valpo.
Yeah, that's a last fight situation. So Valpo takes this fight back. They win. They did manage to hold on to Kitsune Rush, and that itself is big, but that alone will not do a lot. Wistful will come into Terra Surge. The high value of these ults are kind of just negated, so Purdue, they need to move aggressively here to make sure this doesn't become last fight against them. Again, I want to see the good positioning. This rotation looks good. They just need to not get cut out.
Deadeye gonna start things off here for Garnet. That's gonna clear out a lot of space.
Oh, what?
Wistful, I think, just accidentally goes into the hole. Oh, no. Pulled OG with them. Pulled OG with them with the Terra Surge into the hole. Gonna see if the TP is there from Banana Man as well. The last moment gets the pick onto Fusick. 95% here and counting. Valpo Shield has to come back and win this fight. Otherwise, it's going to be all over. Dirty World starting things off well. Wistful now onto the Reinhardt. Gets a pick. Valpo Shield just has to win one more fight. This late pick.
This is going to be so late. Yeah, I think the Hog will get out of here, but it may be a rough fight. And this is punishable, though, for both teams. And that's what they needed. Valpo Shield now with the last ticks on the clock. Nothing really to hold on to it. There will be a touch. They need to make this work, though.
They absolutely do. Wistful taking one out already. Now, it's a sliver of hell for the Banana Man. OG trying to come back on the Wrecking Ball. Not going to get there in time. What a showing from Valpo.
Yeah, good turnaround. We saw that fight out of them from that first sub map, but really are taking the fight to Purdue White here. I'm not still 100% sold on that Purdue White comp. I understand what we're trying to do with it, but I'm not sold that that was the way maybe we should have gone with it. The Roadhog is still very tanky and still holds a lot of space, but the damage reduction is so much. Your tank can't necessarily carry with that, but you can carry back on that Zarya. They're going to revert to what got them map 1. And I do think that given what they had seen, this is a good place to be across for them. Valpo Shield on the other side, they are going to keep Wistful onto the Reinhardt. I do think that if you're expecting either an off-tank on the other side, Ryan is still a very strong pick here. Fusick will pick up the Sim and then pick up the Reaper. I do think this is a good pick. Valpo Shield has a good read on this. They just need to play, again, aggressively and get the pace under their control.
Ooh, and Purdue White actually taking control of the point first, I think, is going to put Valpo in a little bit more of a difficult position, right? Because again, Purdue White, they need to function in burst, right? They have to function around these Zarya bubbles. That's their engage window, their engage time, right? In addition, they need to play it slow initially until that energy gets built up for Zarya. Point actually going to go over to Purdue White. Valpo's shield doesn't feel confident enough to push in just yet.
No, it's still hard because the Mei is still there, and that's an easy isolation, especially versus this Reinhardt. There's not really help if Wistful gets cut off, so that's an important thing they're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and Wistful is just charging their ultimate very, very quickly here. They're going to have it in this fight, right? Now we see him moving on to point. Dirty Wolf does have a pick. And, ooh, Mei has to use the ice block. Valpo Shield just played it patient and are rewarded. Even though they didn't get the point first, they won the first fight.
Yeah, they were aware that they were just waiting for the moment to capitalize on, and you know, it worked out for them. They will be rewarded. Shatter, Kitsune Rush up for them. On the opposite side, though, ultimates are rolling in, both support ultimates, so Sound Barrier and Sprout needs to come up here because that Sound Barrier has the possibility to cancel out both of those ultimates if they time it right. There's not too much behind it, but that's the difference maker here, is just Sprout with this not falling too early.
Kitsune Rush gonna come out. Here's the Shatter. Sound Barrier in to keep everybody up. We're also gonna stand them back up with the Suzu. That Kitsune Rush now on both sides. Fight has moved on to point. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade here. Deadeye doesn't get much, but OG picking things up after that comes out. Dolores does take Banana Man off the map, but the lion's share of the kills will be coming in here. Ooh, momentarily, initially for Purdue White, but things are swinging back in favor of Valpo. Graviton Surge. Yeah, they want to try and win this out. In fact, they do get a couple picks off of it, so a huge heads-up play coming out from OG.
Yeah, I mean, that comp can sustain a little bit longer, again, between the Mei and just the resources going in. You only really need to protect the Zarya. With that charge, I mean, 60 was probably higher before that. Looks good. Now they have Blizzard, now they have Deadeye. And an isolated Reinhardt. That's a huge opening for Purdue White.
It is. That's a fight win right there. So we're going to see Valpo shield back off. Dirty Wolf again without that shield goes down low. So not much they can do. Banana Man with an exit pick as well. That's huge. That's good for another 10%.
Yeah, that'll get them the majority of the way there. No ultimates. They'll still grow their support ultimates the rest of the way. Valpo Shield has a good combo here. It can be a win condition, and they need to put it down because we're moving to last point, and it's you know, you can see the struggle to kind of recoup these losses. They need to again move aggressively and catch Purdue White off guard here.
And they do just that. Big Shatter actually gonna drop them down. Fusik coming in with a Death Blossom, but the Blizzard on point for Banana Man, keeping it under their control. It is just gonna be Banana Man left though. They're gonna have 90% on the board, but I don't think they're gonna be able to sustain themselves through this onslaught. Might be getting 99% because they do still have the ice block. In fact, we might see reinforcements come in, especially considering Sprout is on the Lucio. Banana Man taking out Wistful's absolutely massive. Sprout does get picked. They were the first back. Azuki is here though as well for Purdue White, but Fusik going to be able to take them out. Valpo Shield looking to retake this point. They've got the player advantage, but it has taken them a lot in order to get it back. But look at this, OG coming back in. Garden is down. Somebody's going to need to touch point. Last moment, we do have the touch again. Valpo Shield desperately needs to get this and got Wistful back now. We're going to get the disengage coming in from Purdue.
Interesting. I thought they had the advantage there. I guess they realized they could get a 5 faster. And with Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier up, that is the correct call. They'll get the rest of their ult. This looks winnable.
No, it certainly does. Pushing in very, very quickly with it. It's going to be countered, but OG going down early. He's Valpo Shield primed to hold on here. The Sound Barrier doesn't quite do enough to keep him up.
Can't say I've ever been wrong, Juggle, you know? I mean, look, a winnable fight with support ultimates just makes that harder, though, for Purdue White. They have Sound Barrier, they have Blizzard, they have Graviton Surge, but there's 3 and 4 with their own Sound Barrier coming up. An aggressive fight here. That's not good.
Oh, wow. Big Shatter comes in. They're going to use the Suzu to stand back up, but a Pulse Bomb lands. OG will take out Wistful, but again, it's just going to be OG left. 97% on the board. They do not get the touch. And Valpo up 1-0 on. I mean, I gotta be honest. In the spring so far, regardless, I think of any place I'm casting right now, this right now, the closest matchup I think I've seen so far this spring. I think we got a really exciting one on our hands.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting match here, especially given these two team styles and the tanks, and just the play from the tanks alone, as you're kind of seeing out of Wistful, just getting kind of those swings in on the Reinhardt, really sets an interesting pace, right? Because we were kind of looking at Purdue White. They've said themselves they like to brawl, they like to play this. And we've seen these kinds of two flavors of brawl where they're putting a lot more resources into OG on the Zarya and trying to brawl that way. And then just kind of get, unfortunately, kind of beat up by the Reinhardt, the kind of more traditional brawl that you're expecting to see. So Valpo Shield taking that round off looks very, very good for them, especially given that some of those fights could have been a toss-up and some of those ultimates went either ways.
Yeah.
I do like how they've been taking these fights. They've looked very, very strong in regards to controlling the pace and using the ultimates on their need. They just need to continue that pace going forward into map 2.
And I'll be curious to see where we head for map 2 as well, because if we take a look at Valpo, right, this is a team that also likes to run these rush-based compositions, but they're a big fan of poke hybrids as well. Yeah. So that could, you know, if we see Purdue White going to a map that, you know, like maybe a Circuit Royale, a Havana, I don't know, something with one of these really long sight lines, that could be a pretty big boon as well for Valpo. So I'm anticipating, though, we're probably going somewhere like Kings Row, somewhere with a rush, somewhere with a brawl. Yeah. Oh, did we already get it in?
No. I'm just telling you right now, it's probably Kings Row.
Okay. Gotcha.
Juggle, this is Overwatch in 2023. We are playing Escort. It's probably Kings Row. I would be genuinely shocked if it wasn't.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, okay.
Wait, where are we going? What was it?
They did.
Oh, they did pick Lijiang. Oh, yeah, that's right. No,
that's
we got away from that one.
That's fair.
But yeah, you're almost certainly right. I mean, it's funny you say it's 2023. Of course, we're going to Kings Row. Honestly, I feel like you could put any year in there.
Yeah, no.
And we're going to Kings Row. Like it's just a constant.
But because think about it. Given how Purdue White plays, you're thinking about the fact that they want to brawl, they want to play the Zarya. Even if they want to move over to other brawl comps. Like, Kings Row has always been the home of brawl. I don't see a reason for them to pick something else unless they're going to more play a dive brawl hybrid. And even if they're doing that, you still kind of want to play someplace that has more like high grounds or something of that. Maybe you go to Blizzard World, but you do have more high grounds to contest there. But that just then invites Ramatra out. That invites Ramatra and these kinds of stable comps. So I do think that if you are Purdue, that Kings Row is comically the best choice here.
Yeah, no, I think I think that's a very astute point. As well, because it is Kings Row. Okay, cool. So no surprises there.
Shocking, yeah. If I had a nickel for every time we played Kings Row, nickel.
I know, right? So I think I think that speaks to the strengths of Purdue going to Kings Row is the fact that they really, with Banana Man, they've got a great Mei, right? Yeah. And in the absence of running the Reinhardt, the Mei to me on Kings Row almost feels like a must pick, right? Because you've got that extra durability, you've got that extra tanking, and you've also got that extra map control as well, right? That wall can take the place of the Reinhardt shield, right? You can block shatters with it, you can block a Ramatra with it, right? There's a lot of things that you can do. You get a ton of utility out of it. And I think that was one of the questions we were wondering right at the beginning of this is how does Purdue respond if they run up against a Ramatra? Well, honestly, I think Banana Man with the Mei it's maybe not the first thing I would think of in terms of countering Ramatra, but it's certainly going to work, especially considering the Blizzard as well, right? We see an Annihilation come up from Ramatra. Great, throw a Blizzard, slow him down, keep him out of keep him out of your team's way.
Yeah, one of my friends actually made a very interesting point about Ramatra and Mei being about how their ults do similar of things, and a lot of it is space control, right? Like that's the important thing to all this is being able to control the space or to try to buy the ability to make picks or things like that. And both of those ultimates do kind of work in the same way. It's just the flavor of are you putting that on your tank? Are you putting on your DPS? What do you want to get? And like you said, considering how Banana Man has looked on the Mei and also the Reaper, like you do get some space control out of the Reaper just from the threats of the damage that comes in. I do think that it can work. I'm not sold. I think the thing where I'm not sold is the Zarya. I think that if you're going to run this brawl comp, traditionally we've seen Ryan, May, and Cassidy together to kind of run that. Ryan, May, Reaper also. And I do think that just given how strong Ryan can be in some of these levels, we're in challengers after all. Ryan can still be just put Ryan in somebody's face is still a viable win condition, even if you don't have ultimates up.
That's a good point too. The one thing that I do like that Zarya brings to the table though is the Graviton Surge, right? And that's a nice counterpoint, I think, to the Blizzard. You've kind of got these two big crowd control type of ultimates that function in very similar ways. So that's something that your other DPS, your support line can kind of depend on, right? Sure, Shatter is great, but it's cleared by Suzu, right?
Yeah.
You can stand them back up right away. So I think that is, if you've got someone who plays a strong Zarya, which they do, and a team that knows how to play around a strong Zarya, which they do, they can find a lot of success here. So, while it's definitely not typical, and it's not going to be, I think, the direction that most teams look first, in the case of Purdue White, I do think it works.
I think it can work, but I think the thing that's kind of giving me a little bit of concern is they're not playing it like how we're so used to seeing Zarya comps run, where you're enabling the Reaper or the Cassidy to kind of be the space maker and the initiator and go in. And that was kind of the thing that kind of threw me through a little bit of a loop, is we're more trying to enable the Zarya. And now that we've kind of moved over on this defense to Ryan Bastion, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, I think this is probably a little bit better. The Bastion is an interesting pick. Bastion is... Hello. Okay. I'm not saying anything because I'm not cursing ourselves with double Bastion here yet. But I do think I think these Bastions do bring an interesting angle. We're talking about space control. Purdue White has a very control space comp between the ultimates on both of those. But I do think that Valpo also has a lot of space control in the Widowmaker too. So Dirty Wolf has the chance to kind of manipulate these brawl fights from the distance, and I'm keeping an eye on that.
Right. And additionally, Sprout being able to pick off Fuzik from Valpo's shield is pretty devastating for them. But Azuki going down, arguably going to be more devastating for Purdue White. Now they're going to have to try and hold here without the big source of their heals. Of course, Azuki will be able to get back relatively quickly when they respawn. They're going to be able to use their Swift Step, but they won't have that get out of jail free card when this fight starts.
So the Bastions tell me we're just going to just run at each other's heads, and that's fine. It can work. But I do think that the Widowmaker, it is a difference maker, just needs to find value and space on it.
Yeah, so far, Dirty Wolf not necessarily finding what they need. Big pick coming out here from Wistful. That's going to give up so much space control. There, Dirty Wolf showing up in the kill feed now. They just needed to get the shield out of their way. So that might be, honestly, Valpo's recipe for success here.
Yeah, I think that's it, and the rest of the team will eventually fall here. The Bastions will fall, and Valpo will take this point. It did cost them the Shatter. Wistful did get it first, and that's unfortunately just kind of been the story. Wistful was on the Reinhardt sooner. We'll have that, so now Uchi has a chance to respond insane. They'll have some more tools on their side also. The question mark is that both of these Lucios do have Sound Barrier pretty close, so Purdue White playing aggressive here will only lead to their favor because Valpo Shield just a little bit more primed on the ultimate economy.
Oh, big Fire Strike coming out from OG. No way to res that with this backline. Gotta rejoin the fight as well on the Widowmaker, but honestly the fight is basically over at this point. So now they're just gonna get beautiful positioning, able to take out Dirty Wolf as well. That's just gonna buy more time off the clock.
Yeah, recognizing that there's a Widow and now there's kind of an X factor in the backline, I think is very important. So Valpo will now have a re-engage level for ultimates, and I think that they just look good. They just kind of need to play out and it just kind of bait out all these ultimates on the opposite side. They are opting for the sneaky play. The Lucio has spotted them though.
Yeah, I love the crouching conga line. I do also like this move, right? Kind of flipping the script on them. There's a couple of things though. Churoro's gonna have to be real good with their clear. Big damage coming in now. No shield left. Whistle taking him out. They've got to re-shatter if they want it when it comes online. Blizzard, though, gonna be the key to success this time around.
It was a nice way to try to buy. Well, great shot from close up. It was a nice way to kind of buy the crossfire you're trying to make, but I do think worked out enough for them. Like, sometimes that kind of outside maneuver worked out in their favor, and now going into this great shot from Dirty Wolf. They should be able to defend here. They'll have their Kitsune Rush up. They didn't spend it. Kitsune Rush plus a Reinhardt Hammer is enough to win. They're probably going to hold it in the last second here on the point, and they need to something. There needs to be something for Dirty Wolf, because Dirty Wolf has now the angle to on this approach. Valpo Shield in a great position to just hold based on those alone.
The sights coming up, though, from Garden could cause a little bit of problems for Dirty Wolf. They might not be able to hold quite the aggressive angle that they want to. We're going to have the ultimate coming in now from Boostic. Here comes Kitsune Rush as well, so Valpo pushing back pretty hard. With Garden going down, again, Dirty Wolf now has pretty much free reign. They're going to want to take down OG Shield. Shatter going to land. Wistful gets one of their own, but it's not going to be enough, and Valpo looking phenomenal right now, so
Yeah, again, this is kind of one of those maps that is being won on the positional field, less the ultimates or less on kind of play. But Dirty Wolf is playing aggressively, now has that up, and Garnet will have to just push him out by sights. They have the angle here. They need to give up a little space, but it's pretty much gonna be one of the neutral here, Joe, pretty much here. Wow.
Oh my gosh. And Garnet wins the sniper duel, but then Wistful wins the next sniper duel with a fire strike, apparently. OG going down very, very low. This defense has to be immaculate here for Purdue White because they have nothing on the board. They will get the Kitsune Rush here at the last moment, so they're going to have that advantage moving into this fight. Beautiful wall as well. Mizuki still holding on to the Kitsune Rush. Now that they got a couple players down there, they're going to pop it. Wistful's going to get the Shatter online as well. OG getting chunked down. That's going to be it. And now Wistful gets to hold on to the Shatter for this final fight, if anybody even gets the touch.
There's going to be a touch, but they're going to be so far behind. If Valpo Shield has ultimates up, I don't even think it doesn't work here, Juggle. It's over.
Yeah, it's so much damage coming in from Valpo. Honestly, Valpo now, I think, is the team to beat here. Valpo has shown up today.
Oh, with 3 minutes on the clock? Absolutely. They have absolutely just taken control of this car and said, no, I'm driving now. This is absolutely going how we want this to play, and we are going to make you play the comps that we want to play now, because just across the board, Valpo Shield just looked to be dominant in the positioning and just in the ability to kind of outplay their opposing parts in a lot of ways. Dirty Wolf versus Garden kind of showed up for a brief moment, but Dirty Wolf, again, when given the position, just had the angles and had the shots lined up. Playing aggressively for Valpo Shield never really gave Purdue the chance to run the match as they want it. And that's something that they've said themselves, as we kind of stated earlier, that was so important, being able to kind of capitalize off the errors. Well, it's hard to capitalize off those errors when you're the team making the errors because you're being pushed back and all the space you should have is being taken advantage of. That all said, Valpo Shield, yeah, let's run it back. They looked very, very good. Dirty Wolf is going to opt into the Cassidy, a little bit shorter range here, and I see nothing wrong with that. Purdue White, they're going to match. They're going to bring the Ana instead, and I don't hate that. If the plan here is to try to get OG into winning the tank battle, you need that tool. You need the nano for that, and I don't disagree. I just wonder if that's a fight you should be taking if you are Purdue White, because right now you have not been winning it, and I think you need to find a new angle to... I think you have the skills, and I think you should use those skills to find the way to a new victory line.
Yeah, because right now, Valpo is absolutely showing themselves to be the stronger brawl team, at the moment, at least.
Yeah.
You know, we'll have to see what it is on attack. Certainly there are differences, but I don't think the differences are great enough to where just the fact that they are an attack is going to give them an edge in this fight. I do like this rotation OG is using through Hotel. Big anti-nade gonna hit Wistful. Chiroro, I don't believe, has the Suzu. If they did, it is gone now. Purdue White pushing pretty aggressively, but OG Shield's going down very low. Biotic Grenade has to be used by Azuki, but look at this. Azuki almost has a Nano online, so you know what? Purdue White making just about the same time here on attack as Valpo did.
Yeah, again, pretty aggressively, and you know, between these two backlines, there's still just so much of things to pay attention to, because Azuki coming into this nano has just had more raw, quick burst damage into the tank fight. That it's been impactful. The late stagger, you know, it's fine. It'll just push everybody back. I think they were going to try to engage there, but that early pick just took everything away. So now Purdue White taking the aggressive stance here. We'll wait for the cart, and they have nano. They have 4 ultimates up. They can force some errors out of the team. They should be in the driver's seat here to get the win as they want it.
And especially considering, yeah, neither of the support ultimates are up just yet. So Purdue White is going to want to try and take this as quickly as they can, and honestly, I think that that late pick on the Wistful as well gives them such a positional advantage here, right? They're going to be able to take this fight right here at Bookshop rather than at Arches, that's good for one fight, right? That is a tremendous amount of time that's going to be off the bank here. Nano Boost has been committed now to Azuki. Shatter, though, going to stop them in their tracks. OG gets pushed back to a position where there's not really follow-up from their team, but in the meantime, Banana Man does find a pick. Garden comes in with a Death Blossom as well, so a little too aggressive in charging that Nano Rhine into the backline.
Yeah, it was a choice, and unfortunately it backfired on them for it. So now Purdue White will have most of the space here, and it looks like they're going to play so aggressively that they just buy this for free. Valpo Shield 4 ultimates up, though, have the ability to put their foot down. They just need to push past and take the space back, and that's kind of been both of these teams' struggles, is just maintaining control and playing aggressively. I think they are going to give it up here. So at this corner, Valpo Shield has the ultimates on board. They just need to not overcommit.
That was one fight. It took Purdue White one fight to win Street Space. So just excellent head-ups up. I think a realization of the positioning and everything. They still got 2 ults on board as well. It's definitely, a far cry from what Valpo Shield has. But in addition, I might be eating my words here. Because right now on attack, it looks like that might be making the difference. We're going to get a trade out. Shatter is going to land from OG. Going to charge the Reinhardt into the backline, but there's no way that their team can follow up on that or keep him alive. So Valpo just wins the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they won with just committing a minimal amount of ultimates. I'm not sure if V6 will keep this Bastion. Looks like they're going to, just valuing the damage there. Azuki does have Nano up, but it's so much to play into. Valpo Shield just primed to hold this again.
It really is. And Valpo actually going to have to back up pretty substantially here as well. Another big charge coming in. Now we got the Nano Rhine as well. Wistful going to lay down the Shatter. Deadeye finishes things off, so Valpo, they're really finding their footing here last point on defense.
They had to. They're at least need to burn down most of the clock, and there's still 4 minutes. Valpo Shield will hold on to Sound Barrier, kind of winning that with playing into the aggressiveness of Purdue, and that's been an important thing for Valpo, is just maintaining control. Again, they controlled the pace of the game. They played a little bit more passively, and they were rewarded for it.
Both Sound Barriers are going to be up this time. Solaris got to go ahead and use theirs first. That could actually be a pretty big boon here for Purdue. If Garden can get their Death Blossom online, that could turn the tides of this fight. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Without Wistful holding the front line, Valpo Shield going to back up here, just wait for the regroup, especially since Purdue White isn't pushing.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I'm actually kind of shocked they didn't push there.
Yeah.
They had numbers. They should have pushed. They need to move faster to maintain this advantage. Otherwise, they'll just give it right up with those spawns.
And at this point as well, Purdue White isn't going to finish with the same time bank as Valpo. So just because these beautiful defenses that come out here from Valpo, which honestly have just been won based on just good decision making. Here comes Garden into the back line, looking for the Death Blossom, gonna fade into it. Suzu comes out. It's only gonna last for so long though. So now Purdue, they might not have the same time bank, but they're gonna be close, because this next fight is gonna be rough.
A very important ace from Garden, just committing that one ultimate and not even needing the nano for it. So now they'll have the space here and they'll play aggressively for it. From the spawn, there will be the ult, but they need to aggressive quickly here. They may not have the tools to stop it.
Oh, big Shatter gonna come out, lays down the Dirty Wolf. Banana Man with the Deadeye gonna be able to take this. Wistful though swinging for the fences, finds a pair of picks. Certainly not over, especially since, oh no, Purdue is coming back hard. Wistful still somehow alive, still finding value. It's not going to be enough at the end of the day, but it's going to be good for a lot of extra time on the time bank here for Valpo. This fight, wait, Valpo comes back.
The hold?
Valpo comes back and holds.
Yeah, they managed to get it in with literal under a meter left. Fantastic hold, just great awareness even with those ultimates. So Bastion comes back and Solaris is leading, has a sound barrier up. So Valpo Shield has the defensive tool in their pocket. There's nothing really in the way for Purdue White. They're gonna have to give time to poke and build something here, and it's unfortunately just looking, it's unfortunately for them, looking like Valpo Shield is in a better position with the ultimates.
They really are, and even though the Rhine duel right now at the moment being won by OG, they're gonna dash away though from their team, and this flanking Fusik is gonna take advantage of that. So great heads up play there from Fusik to single-handedly win them that fight, and now push it to the point where Purdue White is not going to finish with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, Sound Barrier was committed there just to make sure everything went well, but now we'll have matching Earth Shatters and not too much paired up. Garnet will eventually get ultimates to pair with it, but it just is going to be tough. Valpo Shield just kind of comes into a little bit more first.
Oh, that's going to be a big block right there. Maybe an overcommitment, a little bit of nerves. Shatter going to land big time here for OG. Gonna get several kills based off of that, and now Valpo gonna be back in a similar position. But look at these active picks they're still getting, right?
Yeah.
That's enough for them to turn this around. They're gonna have the respawns faster as long as somebody here can touch, which, oh, no, they're not gonna be able to.
No, Lucio, they played ahead. They called it and played ahead. They knew it was over, so they played it. It's just good heads up play, but like you said, they're under. They have the minute now, and that gives them at least a chance to pull the win con. But Purdue definitely had to fight harder to win that, and I commend that to Valpo Shield, playing the map as opposed to just playing the comp, right? These two comps very similar in what they're trying to do. Big bursty Reinhardt comps, enable tanks or enable DPS to just kind of burst down the opposing team. But the real difference maker in my eyes has been how Valpo Shield has played the map as a whole. Instead of just kind of running it down mid and just kind of forcing and bashing your heads against each other, Valpo Shields has arguably gotten a little more creative, taking those kinds of routes, those side routes to get flanks or to set up crossfires to kind of hold. And like you said, Fusik with that Bastion just was able to just kind of rein in from the side. That kind of creativity separates the teams in a lot of ways. Being able to manipulate and control the map space, like we were talking about in that first initial fight, has been what's gotten them successful here, and that's why they're 1-0 up. Now, Purdue White have to push. They're going to take it a little bit differently. I do think they are going to make a change here, and in most of their comp, they might slow it down. I do think either the Zarya might come back here. I don't know that they'll keep the Rhine, but I do think the Zarya might come back, or I see possibly a Winston coming out of this just based on the comp. Oh no, they're forcing they're going to go into ramp. This is not a comp they want to play, so I'm very curious to see what happens once they turn the corner here. This is an interesting change of pace for Purdue.
Yeah, this is great for Valpo Shield, right? They have forced Purdue onto a composition they don't want to play, they don't want to like. So this is definitely Purdue in dire straits in a way. And we're seeing OG getting pushed back incredibly hard. Beautiful charge coming in as well. OG going to be able to heal themselves back up, but the supports can't take care of everyone, so Dirty Wolf picks off the DPS.
Yeah, this is just not a good, this was unfortunately like a bad read. The changes will come in now, but all those changes make this so much harder, and now Valpo Shield just continues to stay, and they'll lead the ultimates now. Nano is up. Atsuki needs to put this onto somebody, probably Garnet, and it needs to find the most incredible value. It's in their hands to win this. They just need to make the right choices.
And they got to push now, right? They've got to make the push in now. Wistful gonna let go with their shatter, but it's not gonna be enough. The nano boost does come in, but honestly, I think the fight was even over before that happened.
Yeah, that initial pick did so much. The nano was just the kind of nail in the coffin here. Now without being able to get off the cart, though, this is still a rough spot to be. They're playing a little bit aggressive, playing for the information as Valpo is looking on this flank to get it. I'm concerned for Garnet here, Juggle. They managed to get one and get out, but that was risky.
Wow, they're actually, they're going to get out completely unscathed as well. OG has the Annihilation here ready to go. Ooh, that's a lot of damage once again coming in from Fusik. OG backing off. But Churro does have the Kitsune Rush here, so if they need to, they can back away simply using the speed from that.
It should be enough, but again, this cart will roll. They can't afford to get too much. Now 4 ultimates up for Valpo Shield, though. There is a moment to stop here. They just need to put it all together.
Oh, the Annihilation is coming in. We have the sound barrier. Crucially as well, they're going to be able to hold on to the Kitsune Rush. So now as they're starting to move their way back to point, Valpo Shield might be in a position to retake this, but I really like this Deadeye coming out from Banana Man. It gives time for OG to respawn and come back in because they are at a severe disadvantage, especially with the Shatter. It's going to go down. It doesn't hit anyone, though. They miss. Everybody swings to the side. Nobody straight down the lane. Zuki still does go down. Garnet tries to get something going with the Death Blossom, but unable to. OG is there to finish it up. Fusik now. Huge play coming in from the Bastion again. Fusik has been such a hero here for Valpo Shield, but still, the card isn't stopping.
No, I mean, you can make those plays, but you still don't have a team to aggress here. Now there's no ultimates on board. Azuki coming back into that nano. That's a difference maker in its own. And Banana Man over on the Soldier. Any combination of those can be huge. Fusik finding an opening pick is even huger.
Yeah, but now with the shield so low, it's going to be easier for Valpo to move back in. OG going down. Valpo should be able to hold right here, but Purdue breathing new life into themselves. Going to have a pretty substantial win con on the board.
Yeah, they got that pretty far given 1 minute, so a win con is set, and Valpo Shield just a little bit unable to get the control of the pace and find the value they needed. You know, for a team that doesn't really like playing that Ram comp, they played it pretty well, all things considered. They didn't look bad on it, so I'm wondering if that just doesn't fit their style, or maybe they just haven't quite figured out how this works for them, because those comps do kind of vary from team to team, how you play them, how the team works. I do think that Valpo Shield probably going to run it out on this brawl. I see no reason for them not to. It worked well, and they have the pieces there. And Purdue White, again, they're going to put their faith into this comp. It is new, it is novel, and I think that alone may be enough to hold out here, especially with Immortality Field. I do just have to wonder, because Wistful has shown that they can play aggressively and that they will get the support and find the value. So I am keeping an eye on both of these tanks, because it's very easy for Purdue to get run over here with a mistake made. They also don't have as much to play with. There's 3 minutes to hold this, so every single fight becomes more crucial, just simply on the fact that the time will just, the quite literal gates will close the more they give this up. Purdue White can hold here. They have the agency to do it. They can do it. They just need to put themselves into these positions to do so.
I like the swap as well onto that piece from Azuki, because this is a comfort pick for Azuki, right? They're a fantastic Baptiste, already guarded, doing a lot of good work. So Purdue White, they've at least got the step one, but that's a big overcommit from OG. Valpo's going to be able to push onto this very quickly, very easily. Wistful has already respawned, and guarded very, very low, trying to hold the front line here, but forced to back away and give space. Ooh, pretty aggressive push here from Wistful. They'll go down to about half health, but they've got positioning. They're going to be able to get at least one tick on the board. Banana Man going down as well means that the staggers are coming in, so even though they've got OG back, who's able to take out Dirtyworth? This is coming back in favor of Purdue. They will, in fact, be able to hold. Only gave over 2 ticks.
They will, and OG coming in with 3 punch kills there is huge. The Death Blossom as well, they're really committed into, I say that's actually great for Valpo Shield. It forced out one of the very important ultimates. They will have Annihilation and Sound Barrier up, but it did burn 1.5 minutes on the clock. Valpo Shield with ultimates of their own, almost everything on board, so they should win simply by ult economy alone. They just need to not overcommit, and they need to pull these ultimates out quick.
I like this early shield as well from Azuki. It's going to help the rest of the team charge the ults that they need. It's also going to keep Valpo at bay. OG going down very low, but that supercharged healing going in is very impactful, and with Wistful down, again, Valpo Shield are going to have to back up.
I mean, all right, we're at a point now. Valpo Shield, your 5 ultimates on the board. There's not a better position you can be in. As long as you enter without committing any sort of your tools, you should be okay. They just need to push into this and get past Sound Barrier and Annihilation. They should be okay to win.
I would love to see Fusik use their ultimate to try and get out Sound Barrier, right? Big Shatter coming in. That's going to be the Sound Barrier now from Sprout. Kitsune Rush and the Death Blossom. Valpo Shield with a huge flurry of picks to take first point.
Wow. They did manage to fight through it, and they managed to do it without overcommitting too. They managed to save the Bastion ult, and they managed to save their own Sound Barrier, so they should be okay. They know they're holding this for Annihilation, and they see the gold box of victory, and they're going to play aggressively here. I do think this is a good call on the team of Valpo Shield. Play aggressively, force Purdue White into to making errors, and then capitalize it. They just need to play smart also. You can play aggressive and lose that, but you just need to play smart with this, and they should be able to do so.
It's going to be one fight here to determine the outcome of this game, and whether or not Purdue White can even the series at 1 apiece, guard it with a pretty substantial flake. They've actually been able to build up in the kind of this neutral time their Death Blossom again. Here comes Aerial Strike from Fusik. That's going to buy them more time, more room. See if they, oh yeah, they might be able to get up Banana Man. No, they're able to run out of the way, and in fact, they get Garden as well. This is huge. Just 0.67 meters away from victory. Direwolf is able to get one pick. Banana Man coming up though with one on Fusik, and with the Annihilation now here for Purdue White. They are primed to hold 0.67 meters, but look at this, Dirty Wolf coming in. They step off the point. Valpo
wow.
with a 2-0 lead.
Quite a match. Forcing out Immortality Field there was big for the side of Valpo, but unfortunately just didn't quite find the value they were looking for. Purdue managed to put their resources in at the right times and come out on top, so great heads-up play from Purdue White to take that. You mentioned this was probably going to be one of the closer matches, and I think I'm sold here, Juggle. This looks very, very good, and I think the differences that I'm seeing between these two teams really are what's making this so swingy, right? We're seeing Valpo Shield, who is so used to playing positionally, playing aggressively, playing the map to their advantage, versus Purdue White, who seems to be playing more in the moment and trying to put their resources into whoever seems to be kind of just having their moment in the spotlight, be it OG and being Guardant. And I do like both of those things, but I do think that both of those plays are exploitable, meaning that we could continue to pass this back and forth as we go on to further maps.
We can. I think another way to say it too, one of the ways that I'm looking at this, right, is that Purdue White, they seem to have blinders on, right?
Yeah.
And so what that allows is it allows Valpo, I think, to punish for some of these small mistakes, right?
Yeah.
But the flip side of that, because you have those blinders on Purdue White, that means everybody is kind of hyper focused on one thing. So when OG is making the right calls and making good calls, there's very little Valpo can do about it, right?
Yeah.
Because Valpo is playing the little bit more patient, little bit more cerebral style of gameplay here. And that's what's leading to their success. So it's, yeah, this is going to be a flipping back and forth either way. But the interesting thing is, so far, even though this has come down to the wire on every single map so far, Valpo just barely edging out Purdue right now.
Yeah, it's hard to say just because both of these teams have been playing so well in their respective styles. So given this quick break we're going to take, we'll have to see what happens and what this does to their mentals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast. If you are just joining us, we have Purdue White taking on Valpo Shield, and it has been a phenomenal match so far. It is a 2-0 scoreline for Valpo, right? Which at the outset could look like a, it could look like a sweep coming, right? It could look like a very dominant team just outperforming the other. But both of these games so far have gone the distance. 99-99. 3 sub maps for Ilios, and down to the wire in the final fight on King's Row. So this is certainly anybody's game, and a reverse sweep from Purdue, not out of the question by any stretch of the imagination.
No, and it has to start right now on Junker Queen. And given that Purdue White coming in here, we were talking them up. We were really hyping the heck out of them. Last splits champions coming in 2-0. Suddenly Goliath looking very fallible here, and they are opting to trying to change up the pace. Again, they've kind of shown they like these brawly aggressive comps. So Junkertown is an interesting pick. Typically, it is more of a long range, kind of like you're seeing with a Sigma or things like that, but it can work, and Valpo Shield is going to consider that angle as they're showing pretty much a pretty tough long range kind of a dive comp with OG over on looking for that.
Yeah, we do have name swap.
Those are Swift. Those are name swap.
Yeah.
So Valpo Shield is on the defense. We'll be on the defense first there. In some log, they are all writing everything as it should be, at least on my screen. So we will see that. But they are trying to push this kind of a dive brawl comp out the gate, and I do think that it can work, especially given the power that Zenyatta really does hold, and the power and the ability to pair with Garnet. I do think there's a lot to be had. Valpo Shield going to play a little bit more defensively with the Sigma, and I do think that's the more standard pick here. I just question what's going to happen when these shots finally show some sort of damage.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of trouble, at least here in the booth, seeing the action. It looks to maybe have cleared. Nope, we're still getting a little bit laggy gameplay footage here, but that early pick onto Sprout is certainly significant. But Valpo Shield honestly just forced to back away quite a bit.
They will give that up, and now that we can finally just jinxed it. We can see a little bit clearly, but I do say that Purdue White has come up ahead here, and just again with this dive comp looking very, very good, and Garnet and again in the distance just finding the value has looked very good. It looks like there will be a contest though in the 11th hour, so Valpo Shield will finally hit the hold here.
Yeah, OG's still alive, but that's not going to be the case too terribly much longer. Actually, they're going to go ahead and pop the Primal Rage as well. Taking out Churro, they're still fighting for possession of this, but Dirty Wolf now has the Deadeye, so they do staggle Churro, right? That's going to give them an opportunity to come in with an advantage.
Yeah, that is a huge advantage too, considering that was Kitsune up and in their favor. So Valpo Shield will have it first on the defense here. They just need to start the fight before Azuki builds theirs and before Sprout gets trance. And they should guarantee themselves the win here.
No one can hide.
Garnet doing some good work here from the side, especially now that they've got the, oh my gosh, the visor up as well, or rather the sights up. Dirty Wolf going down means it's going to be a lot harder to hold onto this cart. Valkyrie now committed. Sprout strikes back though, or again rather, Garden coming in. That should be the point right there. Wistful going to try and stall this out here for a moment, but it's not going to be done, and that's honestly one more ult off the board for Valpo.
Yeah, for Valpo, at least I guess Churro is holding on to this Kitsune rush. Again, I think you could have used that a little bit more proactively. We have seen them do that in the past, and maybe there's a little hesitancy of how are we playing versus this, because right now Purdue White just, again, finding these isolations and making these picks. Look at this 3v1 right now.
Yeah. Dirty Wolf just getting caught out of position, not backing up quick enough. That's just making this easier here for Purdue White, especially considering now they've got the blade online too.
Yeah,
and the high ground. Yep.
I mean, hey, Kitsune Blade can be huge, but there are 3 ultimates on the other side, so they need to time this well to get past everything.
Fusic coming out now with the overclock. Wistful with a pick onto Garden. That's going to make things more difficult here for Purdue White. Certainly frees up Fusic to do a lot of damage. No more picks coming in at the moment. Take that back as soon as I say it, we get a few more.
Yeah, but more importantly, the high ground there has been controlled under Valpo Shield. So now that they have this point that Purdue White has to dive and has to deal with, it'll be a little bit harder, and they'll again press up advantage here. This is pretty much a Valpo Shield thing. I don't know why they're a shield. They really should be a sword because they are playing so aggressively.
They really are, but some of the grads are going to be punished right here as both Fusik and Solaris pocketing them. Going to be taken down. Purdue White with a great opportunity here to get a lot of car progress, and this is crucial too because this high ground could be so hard to take back. So early picks like that from Purdue really mean a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, Purdue did say they like to capitalize on these mistakes and errors, and that's proof right there. They will get the card through B simply on the back of those mistakes alone. And Guardant over on the Cassidy putting in a lot of the work, finding the fourth there to close it out. They won that in the neutral juggle. They didn't commit any ultimates into that. They just simply found an error, said, let's just punish this. And that's the game Purdue White wants to be played. If that's what's going to lead them towards keeping themselves alive in the reverse sweep. They have 3 up, including Azuki's Kitsune Rush. Kitsune Rush on both sides. Chiruro, again, holding out of this has been tragic, but I mean, just more ultimates in the bank mean Purdue White should come out on top.
It's gonna be it's gonna be Primal Rage forced. OG does get a whole lot of value out of it. They're gonna be forced to back away, and that's just a lot of ult charge into a Valpo shield. Interestingly as well, like Valpo really hasn't changed their composition too terribly much. We're gonna see both both Kirikos, fall again before they use their Kitsune rushes.
Again, Valpo, I really do want to see them play aggressive because right now they are just kind of getting caught out, and that has worked in Purdue's favor. Cart finally moves, and eventually OG will get forced back, but I do think that again, winning in the neutral just for Purdue White. They've just won on capitalizing errors. Now, though, with the ultimate on the other side, I don't know that will be enough of a win condition.
No, we should see a good hold coming out here from Valpo. Fusik lets loose with the pulse bomb. It's not going to find anything, and I want to take a moment too to talk about just the fact that I don't really feel like we've seen much adaptation come out from Valpo Shield, right?
Yeah.
They're not really doing a whole lot of swaps. All we've seen is Fusik go over to the Tracer, and I don't know if that was necessarily the right pick considering they have the Winston. Deadeye not going to land this time for Guard, and Solaris able to take them out again. It's going to be the Transcendence forced here from Sprout, but Valpo Shield just unrelenting in this defense.
I do think they're trying. It's so hard to, right? Because with Chiruro really holding on to this Kitsune Rush for most of this map, honestly, it has been very hard to kind of justify. Yeah, Wistful will make the changes now. I think just given the fact they've been holding on to ult so fights, and it's really hard to justify sometimes that you need to make a change or you need to give up something. This is the time to do it now, and it's also time to commit. It's time to commit these Kitsune Rushes. This has been 2 or 3 fights where somebody needs to commit.
Well, it's going to be Solaris going down low. Pulse Bomb is going to stick, so OG just gets burst to oblivion. Fusik does find Sprout in the backline. We do have 1 Kitsune Rush coming out from Azuki, but that is too little too late.
Yeah, it might just be because there's a swap incoming. I don't even know that that was...
No?
I guess not. There will be a swap from OG, though. Blade is up online. I do think he would have really liked to pair that Kitsune Rush with Banana Man's Blade. Instead of we're going to bring in the Ana to go with it. It's higher healing for certain, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, especially given that there are still bull support ultimates up for Valpo Shield. And now that they've kind of stabilized, they should be continuing to do so.
I do like this swap here from OG onto the D.Va, though. That's going to give them an advantage in the head-to-head against Wistful. Just a little bit more damage, a little bit more damage mitigation as well. Fusik has the Pulse Bomb once again, looking for appropriate target of the back line. Here comes the Blade, though. Pulse Bomb does hit, so no more Sprout, but the Blade still getting work done as Banana Man finds 2. Chiroro still with the Kitsune Rush. Fusik does find 1. Garnet will go down, but Purdue White holds again. Or rather, Purdue White actually getting the card now.
Yeah, the Pulse Bomb did find 1, but the damage with Banana Man's Blade was enough there. Now there's not much really to kind of do. They do have their own Kitsune Rush back, but again, the answers are there. Valpo Shield will have a Primal, and that's enough to hold in the 11th hour, paired with their own Kitsune Rush. So Valpo can hold this here in overtime.
A lot of damage comes in immediately to Purdue White. We do get the Kitsune Rush out here, but Purdue leading in the kill feed at the moment. Primal Rage has been committed. Wistful down to about half health, and OG still looking fantastic on point. Tons of health. Fusik does, though, get a pick onto Garden. Now Purdue White down 2 players. Sprout still on their way back, but the card is moving under Purdue White's control in overtime. We will get, I believe, a last moment contest here. We
Maybe,
do at the 11th hour, but the self-destruct will clear everyone. Purdue White does finish the map.
Wistful ran, I guess that was to avoid, the only thing I can imagine there, we didn't quite see it. I assume Wistful moved out of the way to avoid the self-destruct because Wistful was there. That's the only thing I can see that really would have stopped it, and I just a little bit, like, just great space taking from OG, great awareness to that. Valpo Shield just kind of felt like you said, there was no swaps, there was no changes. It felt like we were kind of stuck by choice paralysis. We were put in front of Purdue White's comp and just kind of seeing that we were losing and then just kind of deciding, okay, but we can win this, or should we change this? I'm not sure. And it felt like they never really... they weren't playing the team we saw in the previous winning maps. That said, it's an attack now, so it's a little bit different. Solaris will move over to Zen, and they will play a dive of their own. Purdue White on the other side going to move a little bit more deeper into this kind of a brawl bunker, this kind of bunkery comp. Again, just a very sturdy comp, and Sprout moving over to the Mercy, I think is a good shout. I think there's a lot of healing now that Mercy has gotten all these changes, and the community has kind of adjusted to her. She can absolutely continue to carry in her own way just from staying alive and getting value. So this team of Purdue White is very thick, and it can punish. They just need to play a little bit more passively versus Valpo Shield. And if Valpo Shield, again, can't set the pace, Purdue White will just be able to kind of manipulate the game in their favor.
Especially considering Banana Man is on the Torbjorn too. That's going to cause Fusik a lot of problems in the backline. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Quip swap coming out from Fusik, who honestly I think is one of the more proactive players that we've seen here today in terms of swapping as the situation dictates. But at least so far, Valpo Shield just content to kind of move the cart. They're not really putting a lot of pressure on anybody. Banana Man does force out Fusik. They're going to go back to spawn. So yeah, I'm going to be curious to see if they force the issue here on the Tracer or if we get a different pick.
I mean, they're not, but the Winston is in and no picks yet so far.
Yeah, Banana Man is already halfway to their Molten Core, which is just such a great ultimate to have in the bank, right, for just slowing things down, gaining positioning. Banana Man, once again, takes out Fusik. This is just what I was worried about from Valpo's perspective, right? I think Fusik needs to get off the Tracer right now because it's just not working against this composition that Purdue White has.
There's no dive target. Like, there's no one you're going to dive that is going to die to this, and Dirty Wolf doesn't even have the angles. Like, Sigma is blocking the angles, everybody else is playing behind these buildings. I don't think this is going to work as much as you might think. Purdue White is playing the map here. They are playing the map and playing it well.
Well, here, Valpo Shield does have the turret down, right? So that's going to allow Fusik now to an opportunity to try and get into the backline, but they're just now getting to the cart. Nice Discord orb on top of Garden. A little bit of pressure put on them, but the recall has to be forced out already, which means this turret back up and ready to go here. Once again, we do have a little bit of a muddy screen here in production once again, so hopefully we'll get that sorted out, but yeah, Purdue White still looking to hold on strong. A lot of damage coming in from Azuki, though.
I mean, the ultimates are there for them to hold. They have a lot of these defensive ultimates. Molten Core was live, so we'll see what happened as this all finally comes together. They held without even needing it, but that tells me that they have 5 ultimates. You're like, look, they have 5 ultimates online and positioning on this high ground. Valpo Shield has their Kitsune Rush. They'll have both support ultimates, but it's so hard to find an angle on this Purdue White team. They just are playing to the map so well.
And we do see the switch coming out. Fusik is now on the Hansu, which I like a lot. We're now going for a lot of shield break. Turret is down. Here comes a big, oh wow, huge shot from Dirty Wolf. Living up to their name right there. 4 ultimates still here for Purdue White. They're going to use both support ultimates to see if they can keep this under their own. But that turret doing a lot of damage here to Sprout, having a whole time staying alive. We do get a trade in the DPS line, but now the Kitsune rush out as well for Valpo. It's going to yield them another kill. Sprout goes down. Azuki is the last one left. Turret doing a little bit of work on point, but yeah, Valpo Shield will get this point, but I mean, it took a lot to get here.
Yeah, and the staggers will come in, but it's all in their hands. Short of Purdue White just kind of eating an ultimate from Spawn. I don't see this working. Deadeye is thrown in too, though. It was just for naught. That might even be lost to just change here. It did, the positive for Purdue is it did force a bit of ultimates out on the side of Valpo, so it cost them a lot to hold this. They'll try to take the space as it can be, and eventually they did find the answer to this. They need to continue to take these high grounds and pressure and not allow this Valpo shield competence to be where it wants to be. They'll give up that kind of they'll give up the bunker and play to a more mobile comp, and with the 3 ultimates on their side, they should continue to push this here. It's just going to take a lot.
Oh, that's a nice molten core, but I love this response with the Dragon Strike. He's going to cut right through Purdue White, taking out Sprout, so no res on the board here. Banana Man has actually been fantastic on this tour, but I think that's been one of the strongest points here so far for Purdue White.
Agreed.
Ooh.
That was a rough fight. They will eventually find the yield, and I mean they didn't commit much to it. They're committing high noon into this somewhere. Okay, Dirty Wolf looking for something. I mean, I don't know that you needed that there, Juggle.
I'm not sure either, but Valpo Shield in control of the card. Garden does find a counter pick. And Sprout actually putting a lot of pressure right now onto Wistful. These Discord orbs have been, we haven't talked about them a whole lot, but they have been very impactful as well.
Yeah, Sprout finally deciding that they also agree with that, and will take his end of their own. Scrappy fights on both sides, though. No real winner. Just kind of trading blows and trading ultimates to no real gain. The cart moved under that, but again, nothing really impactful yet so far until now.
Oh yeah, that was a pretty aggressive dive there from Wistful. A little bit greedy. Gonna be punished for it as well. And again, Banana Man with the Torbjorn. Right, even though they have swapped. Okay, now we see the swap coming over onto the Sigma. So Purdue White, I think, this composition not going to be as effective as it was.
Yeah, they're now realizing that again, like they are sturdy, but they're not able to work together. The Winston kind of left out is playing aggressively. OG is playing so aggressively, but doesn't have the backup half the time.
Nice shielding there from Wistful to just kind of keep that high ground in check while they get control of the cart. Chiroro does have the Kitsune rush here once again. I'd like to see this used, especially if we see the Molten Core come out from Banana Man. OG with a Primal Rage looking for Kiriko, but they're going to be able to swift step away just burn through the health of OG.
Yeah, I mean, that was greedy. Like you said, very greedy play, and it was punished.
They do get the Molten Core out. Solaris forced to use the Transcendence, but that puts them in a difficult position because they played a little aggressively. So now the Molten Core is behind them. They can't really back out significantly anywhere, and they go down because of it. Fusik does find Banana Man. So once again, now they're starting to neutralize what was the problem on Purdue White. They should be able to win this fight. They should get the point capture unless something... Well, I mean, they've got no ults. Purdue White has no ults. This point is there.
Yeah, great last second shot.
Wow.
Great flick there. Yeah, like that was a very drawn out point, and it feels like Valpo is trying to just push and fight, and Purdue is just trying to, again, just rip control of the time bank from their hands. They did burn out to a minute and change, and now the swaps will continue to come for Purdue White. But again, OG has just been making very greedy, aggressive moments that the rest of the team hasn't been able to capitalize or help out with, and that can't happen when there's 3 ultimates across from them.
Almost going to be 4 here in a second. Dirty Wolf will have the overclock too. And Gravitic Flux now coming in. It's going to be the Suzu to keep everybody alive for the moment. Actually expended on both sides, but Wistful again coming up with the kills that they need. So Valpo in a great position here at the moment. And now the impetus, I think, is on Purdue White to respond with a comp swap.
I agree with you, but I'm not sure, and they will make it. Banana Man back on the Genji looks good on it, but now Wistful just, again, we're getting a little greedy, we're pushing spawn and taking space, and I don't hate that. Valpo Shield has shown they can do it, but they do need to clear here. This is the last fight, and they have 3 ultimates to expend. They need to use them aggressively to close this out.
That's a nice Dragon Strike to kind of shut off that entire side, but OG going to be able to take out Dirty Wolf. In fact, we got a couple of picks coming in here at the 11th hour. Oh, that's going to even things up though in a pretty big way. Purdue White, this is their do or die moment here. Otherwise, this series is over, but they do hold on. They are going to claw their way back into this. We're at 2-1. The reverse sweep, absolutely a possibility here tonight.
I think the word that comes to mind from that map and from that attack also describes the rest of this very well as chaos. That was very chaotic. Just from A to C, fights were drawn out. Ultimates were kind of thrown to try to get advantages, and just a lot of scrappy play that felt we weren't playing set plays. Purdue White in their notes to us kind of said they don't like to play set plays. So this feels like a world that Purdue wants to play in. This kind of scrappy, make decisions in the moment, winnable moments that they kind of want to play in. And this worked for them. I don't know that it's a great long-term strategy, though, because while you can be a clutch team and while you can do that, there is a point where those kinds of heroic play moments that we've seen out of that team just, they are counterable. They are beatable. And if someone tries to be a hero in the wrong moment, it can cost you, in this case, the series.
It certainly can. And, all indications were that Valpo, I think, should have been able to cap there, right? They had 3 ultimates going into it. And I think that speaks as well. That tells the story of the series, too, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like Valpo has just been a little bit better with their ultimate economy, right? But it is kind of this laser focus, right? This almost bullheadedness with which Purdue pushes forward. That is giving them these surprise wins, right? When they're down and out. They had no ultimates going into that final fight. But they get 2-3 picks right off the bat, and that saves the entire series practically for them, at least that map.
I mean, it does save the series because otherwise we'd be down
actually,
here.
yeah.
We'd be saying goodbye, Joe. so it does save the series, but it also saves a lot more than just that. It also saves their mental because a 2-0 team going into this with a loss that you think and maybe come into this think you should have beat really does hurt the longer games. So now that Purdue have kind of had a reset, they've caught a moment to do this. They have a lot to go. Now Valpo with their pick will go to Coliseo. Purdue banned New Queen Street. So again, we're kind of big streets. There's a lot of wide streets phases in Coliseo. So these kinds of divey comps won't make the showing, but we will see more Reinhardts. And we did see what happened when we brought those Reinhardts and those brawl comps back. So this again goes to a bit of a toss-up, and it's hard to say with these kinds of set plays versus that. We also do have a change coming in. Famputi is coming in for Dirty Wolf.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what that tells me. Dirty Wolf, a very, very great hit scan. It tells me
they were on the Widow, right?
Yeah, they were looking great on the Widow, great on the Cassidy. That tells me we're avoiding hit scan here, so maybe we're bringing in some sort of a projectile specialist, maybe a Pharah, maybe we're bringing in a Tracer specialist. So I'm very interested to see, considering that Dirty Wolf was not playing bad. Was absolutely a highlight for the team. I think that's very interesting to see that come in.
Me too, especially because this is Valpo going to a comfort pick too, right? This is one of the maps that they told us that they really like to play. So I think Valpo coming into this with the advantage here. In addition, I'm a little confused about this Famputi pick as well because but again, maybe it is actually a Widow specialist coming in. We don't know that for certain, right? Dirty Wolf looked good, but it doesn't mean they couldn't have somebody better. And this is a map where you do want to play those long sight lanes. You do want to play those Widders. We do see them, at least at the moment, on the Soldier. So, maybe this is more of a hit scan specialist in just a different way. But I do like the Soldier pick a lot. Soldier has been very strong since the patch.
Oh, absolutely. Especially given the rest of the comp around it. This seems like we are putting the resources into the Soldier to try to get some value from that range. On the other side, they are also going to opt into Ramatra, but they are going to play what looks like the Junkrat Cassidy, and I think that just the burst damage out of Purdue White can be enough to win it. They are going to poke a lot harder in some ways than Valpo's shield. So precision versus just kind of the raw damage output is going to make the difference in this first fight.
The raw damage output and also the consistent damage output. I mean, look at this. Already Banana Man up to 30% of the ultimate. Yeah, Huzik can come in with a lot of big damage, but it's going to be in a more bursty manner, right? It's going to be in and out versus Banana Man. Yeah, already up to 50%. This Riptire that's going to come out here, they're just outpacing Valpo shield so much. This fight goes on much longer. Valpo could get this, and that could be their win condition here.
Yeah, they could be playing for that. But the other part to that is Chiruro is building Kitsune Rush just a bit faster. So that could be, so these online ults first will make the difference here. It's going to be hard to say. The other thing is Purdue White now needs to play to the angles of that jump ramp.
They really do, right? And Wistful going down very low is a great start here for Purdue White. But Valpo Shield has pushed up to this corner, so a little bit of a positional advantage for Valpo. The Kitsune Rush is up, which could really unleash Fusik here, even get Wistful over onto their ultimate. Yeah, we see Fusik immediately activated, just going in without any fear, without any remorse, and cutting down the entire Purdue White squad.
Yeah, that was the real breaker here, and that was the correct point. It is a fight win, and you won it with just that one, so you'll have 3 for Valpo Shield. And I mean, you have an answer to the opposing Kitsune Rush. There's just going to be a few more ultimates for Purdue White. I don't know that gives an advantage, especially with that early pick and this aggression out of Valpo Shield.
That could be enough to get the first point here, right? And that is a tremendous win for Valpo Shield. So even though, yeah, Purdue White going to have 5 ultimates on Bam. Vampody already early on with theirs, but a pick on a Wistful with the Annihilation coming in as well. Has the potential to turn this around, and in fact, they will not get the first point. So that's a huge win for Purdue.
Yeah, that's a huge win considering they need to come back, and they won it on the cheap. Really only committing those 2 ultimates. They'll still have 3 going into this. You know, Valpo Shield did commit a bit into it. They don't have a lot to respond with here, so Purdue White primed to use this combination of ults to really continue to keep their push alive, and I can't imagine they do it just on the ult alone.
Right, here comes the Riptire. It's actually going to be a whiff, which is huge because Solaris did not have the Riptire, or did not have the sound barrier, but Wistful still going down means Purdue is definitely in the driver's seat still. And now Fusik falling too. They may be able to equalize here in the capture percentage.
That is big. Valpo does need to build the rest of their support ultimates. That Kitsune Rush is up, and that is enough to turn it back. They need to aggress quickly here on this.
They do have the Annihilation. They do have the Death Blossom. So, and the Kitsune Rush. Yeah, this is a lot on their plate. But with a pick onto Chiroro, that's 1 win condition out now. Yeah, absolutely massive. They still about 10 meters behind, but the card hasn't stopped moving. Now Wistful diving in with the Annihilation, able to take out Banana Man, continuing to push. But their Annihilation going to be going down very soon. They get bumped back into the team, actually, by the Lucio. So great heads-up play there from Sprout. And in fact, that may give them this fight win. It's still hotly contested though at the moment.
Yeah, OG was trying to deny the Kitsune, was trying to use that Kitsune Rush to the advantage. Wistful was trying to deny it with their Annihilation. So now again, just ultimates up, this should go to Purdue.
Yeah, especially considering they had the sound barrier out to nullify Fusik, who does go down. So a lot committed here, or well, 1 ultimate committed on both sides. But still, Valpo Shield having a hard time holding on. And now just kind of getting picked apart here by Purdue, who's continuing to push the cart.
But the good news for Valpo Shield here is they do have, oh man, I'd say losing Kiriko again early is so tragic. I'd say they had Kitsune Visor up, and that is a brutal win condition if you can make it work. The problem is that they haven't been able to make it work right now. And again, Purdue White just taking the space. I mean, Gardent just in everybody's face with that Cassidy. The cart will continue to move, and Pushbot will get checkpoints. So, I mean, now they'll hold bridge. They are primed in this map position to win just on that alone. They don't have the ultimates to back it up, but they have the position. They just need to not give it up.
And honestly, this is where I think Valpo Shield is strongest, right? They've got the ultimate advantage, but they're good at holding on and only using what they need, right? Here comes the commitment, though, with the attack visor. Banana Man tries to turn it around, but not able to do it. Huge shot there from Garden. That's going to slow things down. Wistful going down low as well. This certainly isn't over yet, but with Sprout going off the side of the map, Valpo Shield going to come back in control of the cart.
It will. Very timely cleanse also to stop that tire coming in. Hit just perfectly well timed, and that alone did a lot of work in itself. So Purdue White does have the lead. They can play a little bit more defensively here, holding on to these ultimates. Annihilation plus Kitsune Rush should be enough to hold. There is a sound barrier on the opposite side, but they just need to wear it down first, and that shouldn't be too difficult a task.
Because the Kitsune Rush now from Azuki. OG does have the Annihilation online. This could be a very, very devastating combination, but they might not even need it. Taking out Vampody early is a big deal. Wistful gonna go ahead and pop, though, their Annihilation instead. Purdue White might have tried to be a little bit greedy there with that fight, win it with just a few 2 resources.
Yeah, it almost felt like we were trying to... It was the right call. We were putting resources into Garden to try to just carry fights, and it felt like the right call, but unfortunately, it didn't close it out. You needed that ultimate committal. Plus side for them, they'll have it going into this as this bot rounds the corner. They should be able to get a stop here with that Annihilation and the Riptire.
Yes, Sprout doing a good job of just kind of keeping that alive. They have to bounce out right at the last moment, but OG is there now with the Annihilation. Nobody can get away from this. They're taking them down hard, and the Riptire. That's what we needed out of Banana Man for Purdue.
Yeah, that's huge. That's enough to... Again, they should have... That was the correct point for the stop, and they'll get it just before it ticks over. No forward spawns available. So, again, Purdue White, they can just play defensively. They have 3 minutes to burn, but it's still a lot to ask, even though they'd like to build more space here. Chururo holding on to Kitsune Rush has been a theme of the day for them also. Just kind of waiting for the right moment. The right moment has to be now because it's one of the more important ults on the board.
Right, and it's an initiation ult as well. They do get a pick early on to Garden, and now actually both DPS are down. So, you know what? I was going to say I feel like Churro needs to hold on to it, but here we go.
Here we go, yeah.
They're going to go ahead and use it. But you also can't argue with success either, right? They got the fight win, and they do have enough ultimates to be able to afford to have used it that fight.
Yeah, that built them the other ones. That built up Annihilation, that built up Visor. Those are 2 enough to win. Between the 2 of them should win on their own. And we'd rather see a secure fight win in this booth, I think, than see us play it too safe.
Oh, Deadeye gonna land FanPutty out of the equation, but Wistful does have the Annihilation here. OG with another pick, though, means that Valpo might just want to back it off and try again, make sure they don't put too much into this losing fight.
They won't, and FanPutty will give the Soldier go over to the Reaper. I just feel we're brawling again. We're just back at brawling now. It's just from Matra, and I don't think that's the wrong call. They will have 2 ultimates, so it should swing back. Azuki holding onto the Kitsune Rush on the opposite side. Again, needs to be initiating. We need to see these come out sooner for success.
It's been such a back and forth affair as well. This is just as close, I think, as we were expecting it. Big early pick here. OG gonna equalize, though. Now there's not gonna be any way for Valpo to really disengage. But they're gonna turn things around immediately with the Annihilation.
Interesting. Yeah, again, we saw this in maps like 1 and 2, though. These teams that were playing aggressively and taking angles and playing aggressively, now both of these teams seem to be just giving that up, playing passively, waiting for errors to be made in the brawls and going from there. Again, Purdue White holding on to Annihilation plus Kitsune Rush plus more should put their foot down and swing this right back. This is just a pendulum dribble.
They need to make sure they don't overspend here because we are getting down to just 2 fights. Deadeye out from Fusik, not going to be able to find anything from it, but it is going to zone Purdue temporarily. Comes to Kitsune Rush now from Azuki. They got it online a little bit for Chururo. Solaris still holding on to that sound barrier, presumably waiting for this Riptire that they know has to be coming soon. That's a lot of damage into Wistful. Banana Man falling back. Do have sound barriers on both sides. FanPutty down, so Purdue White again with an advantage. 1 minute left to go here. This fight has taken a tremendous amount of time, which is honestly better for Purdue in this situation. But with Banana Man going down, Valpo does have the opportunity to close this out. 45 seconds left to go. Fortunately, Purdue, they held on to a lot here.
Yeah, and I mean, now they have control of the bot. I mean, if Valpo Shield can get this last of the way, this would have been fight over, but it looks like Purdue will hold it. And as long as they stall this fight out long enough and just kind of hit that button at the end to close this out, I say that, but Valpo Shield is primed to get this in the way. This tire has to be big.
And it does. It's going to take out Solaris. That might be big enough. They do get the forward spawn, but Purdue White coming back into this. 15 seconds left to go. This was a must-win situation for Purdue White, and they are doing exactly that. We're primed to go to a map 5 here. They let the bot stop, recognizing Solaris is the only one probably going to be able to get there in time. They do get FanPutty. They go down low. Here comes the Annihilation, though, from OG, as well as the zoning ultimate with the Deadeye. Going to be very tough for anyone to touch a point. That's going to be it. Purdue White against the odds coming back. We're going to a map 5 here, Soav.
Great heads up play from Purdue. You know, we were talking about them being scrappy, but that was a great call in the last moment. Pushing the bot the opposite way just brings it closer to their spawn, and realizing that, they just said, look, we already have the lead. Let's just let it sit there, and now we have the ultimates. We know we can win it, and this is kind of it in the last second. OG, the mastermind, came in, just realized, probably made that, I have to assume, made that call, and just said, look, let's just sit on this. We have the ultimates to win. We have the space control. Let's just win by the way we want to do this. for a team that doesn't want to play Ramatra comps, they seem to be playing pretty well on it.
They really do. I was gonna make the exact same comment.
Yeah.
Like, this is this is something I think there's a difference, right? There's a difference
Yeah.
between not liking a comp and being able to play it well, right? That's
Yeah.
certainly a thing. And so honestly, I think that's the point that we are at right now. And another point we are at is match point, right? We are going the distance here. We are into map 5. So we're gonna be headed back to a control point map. And now Purdue in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah.
They just beat Valpo on one of their favorite maps, Coliseo. So the momentum has swung firmly in Purdue's favor. Valpo now, all of this, it's onto them now. They want to make this statement. They want to take down this juggernaut in Purdue White, and they're so close, though, Av. They just need a little bit more.
They do need a little bit more. And for Purdue, they did manage to win the last 2 on Valpo's pick, is worth noting, too.
Yeah.
So all that considered, you're really feeling yourself if you're Purdue. I think just from the swaps and the flexibility you've had to give for that has worked in your favor. Now it just comes down to kind of closing that book and giving yourself this, because a 3-0 would be a great way to kind of, again, reassert your dominance. This was a team that was very, very high, had high success in the previous split, is 2-0 right now. If you want to give yourself that advantage, you're going to, like, this is the best way to do it. Juggle, our dreams are true here. We are getting the Antarctic point tonight.
Yes, I'm excited. This is going to be my first time getting to cast it. I am thrilled. I can't wait. We're going to throw it to a short break, though. Players are taking a moment just to catch their breath, things like that. So don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon with the exciting conclusion to this match. All right, we are back, everybody, for the exciting conclusion to this matchup between Purdue White and Valpo Shield. Purdue White sitting at 2-0 overall match wins, and Valpo 1-1, looking to put that first L into Purdue White's column. And I mean, what a showing from both of these squads. Like, we're going to Antarctic Peninsula as well, which I'm thrilled about, and very excited to see how this is going to go. And you know, this is such a big question mark, I think, for both of these teams, right?
I think I agree. If you're Valpo Shield, this is absolutely, if you're creating if your idea is to put someone off so far that you don't know what to do, this is absolutely the correct play. This looks like it will be sub-level map. So, I mean, yeah, like, do we really know what the meta looks like on this? I don't know that anybody's really like decided this. So all things considered, I think we're just going to see what is probably most likely comfort picks, and it looks like it's going to be Brawl with Purdue White looking for the Ramacha Brawl, which I do agree with. I think that's their comfort pick right here, and Valpo Shield is going to bring over the classic more Rhine Brawl, and both of these look like everybody's main like choices that should be made. We'll just have to see what happens and where these teams position, because this is such a new fresh map to really kind of decide.
And starting on sub-level, to me, it's like starting on it's like starting on Oasis Gardens, right? It's a map where you can really play it either way. There's a lot of high ground that's omnipresent, so you can play dive, but the rest of the map geometry really, in a lot of ways, favors this Brawl composition. Valpo's Shield comes out swinging on the first attack and gonna take it very quickly, just catching players from Purdue White out almost immediately.
It's the advantage of the two types of Brawl, right? Like, if the Rhine just isn't able to swing faster, they will be, you know, look at that, 90% to their ultimate, and they should just lead that charge. There's nobody close. So this Shatter should be the only thing that really kind of decides this fight. Wistful just needs to not get too aggressive and not miss on it.
One of the big things, though, is that Sprout is 70% now to their sound barrier, which is about double. Shatter comes in immediately, Garden going down as well. OG does find a pick onto Solaris. Charge comes in, going to be a little bit wide this time around. Valpo Shield has got a stalled at the moment. They haven't gotten that next pick. Well, they did now.
Yeah. It just turns out the Reinhardt just needed to finally target in. And that's kind of the target focusing we were looking at earlier, right? It was just like making sure we played as a unit, move the death ball together, and do that. And now with that, Valpo Shield's resources snowball. They have two ultimates up. They have Kitsune Rush. They should just straight be faster. This Hyper Rush comp should be good. They just need to get past the sound barrier on the other side first.
Right, and even if they get through the sound barrier, Azuki will get the Kitsune Rush. They're going to be able to pop it second, so as long as Purdue can sustain through this, which they do not, it could go their way. But that is another universe. Not this one we're experiencing here tonight.
No, the universe for Valpo Shield continues to cycle between Kitsune Rush and the Shatter Death Blossom combo is the current one we live in. Now, Purdue White is moving into last fight territory. They are giving up and going to the Orisa here. That probably needed to come sooner. And, I mean, they have 3 ultimates up. The tools are there. They have a Kitsune Rush of their own plus Sound Barrier. They should be able to take this back as long as they, again, just don't get off-put by this Rush comp.
Right, Fusik is going to have to, they need to bait out the sound barrier, right? This is a couple steps here, but huge Fire Strike going to take out Garden. Here's the Death Blossom as well. This is over. Sub-level goes immediately, and this is the most convincing map win we have seen tonight from either of these teams, and Valpo just dominated.
Yeah, there's nothing more convincing than 100-0 for certain, and I'm again, slow reactions just kind of took the way. Valpo Shield just got in their groove. They knew exactly where they wanted to go and how to play the comp they wanted to play, so just got their engine going a little bit faster here. But now that we changed, this looks like, judging by the ice out there, I'd call this Icebreaker submap if I had to guess from our list of maps. So. But I don't see a reason to change anything. Valpo Shield is considering changing it. There is a little bit of a higher ground and a little bit of that, but these are short sight lines here, Juggle, so I'm not sure that you're going to pick into something. Purdue White is going to opt into, again, a tankier, bulkier comp across the board. Banana Man back on that Torbjorn. Put in a lot of work on it, but this is going to be a big ask from this Purdue White comp, considering how dominant Valpo Shield looked.
Whenever we see a new map, I like to draw as well parallels to other maps that we know, and this one to me it feels a lot like Village, Nepal Village, right? And so these more bunker compositions, I think, are going to do a little bit better. So I do like Purdue White's chances here, right? Especially with Banana Man again on that Torbjorn, and considering they've got control of the map right now, Valpo Shield gonna go ahead and actually give up control of it completely. Nice TP into the backline, but Purdue definitely gonna be aware of it. The turret does go down. Sprout gonna be nowhere to be found, starting to turn this back over into Valpo's favor. They will win the fight.
Now the Hyper Brawl is going to come out on top as long as you have to keep track of them, and that was the mistake. They let Valpo Shield kind of go behind this wall and take their eyes off them for a moment. The teleporter was up, they capitalized on it, and now going into this final one, you know, like they'll start to grow percentage here. They'll have, you know, 2 defensive ults. They'll have Kitsune Rush. They'll have Shatter. Tools are just there for Valpo Shield. Again, they're setting the pace here, and they are owning it.
Yeah, Purdue White gonna have a hard time pushing it, especially considering Fan Putty gonna have the Photon Barrier online too, so that can really throw a wrench into the works. We're gonna see it committed just about immediately. Shatter gonna land as well from Wistful. Yeah, that's a quick fight win for Valpo.
Yeah. Well, but that's, again, this is a quick comp. You have to keep your eye on it, and especially if they move as a death ball, they don't need much to commit into this win. They committed the Photon Barrier, and that's about it. Now they have 3 more. Valpo Shield just continue to build progress here. There is ultimates coming up, but just, I mean, look at the wealth. Look at the Kitsune Rush plus Death Blossom plus Sound Barrier. You shouldn't need all 3, but Purdue White has to come up big. They need to make a big choice here and make a game-changing decision to win this match.
And crucially for them, they don't necessarily have like a push W win ultimate online. Here comes the Death Blossom now in the back line. Sound Barrier does not come out for it. Sprout had time for it, but did not choose to use it. So now we are looking at last fight territory here for Purdue White, and Valpo Shield primed to stave off the reverse sweep.
Yeah, that is heart-wrenching, to say the least. Chiroro is holding on to that Kitsune Rush. It is the only thing there. Somebody has to make it. It's probably going to be it's probably going to be the Lucio. It has to be at this point, and they need to commit Sound Barrier just to even live through it. This is already not looking good for Purdue White.
Oh, they barely get the touch. Sound Barrier does go down. This Photon Barrier is there as well. Solaris is down. That is a big start. That is a good start. Fan Putty falling as well. So Purdue White, at least for the moment, looking to be ahead, but with Azuki going down, nothing is definitely for certain here. Wistful with just a sliver of health. If they can work through that shield, they should be able to take them out. Still at 99%. The kills do finally come in. So Purdue White hanging on by a thread right now, Soaf.
Yeah, that thread is run out right now. There's no ultimates up on their board. Garden will have High Noon, but this is the high pressure moment. There's a wall to block it, and Valpo Shield has played aggressively. They've played the map geometry. We were wondering, this is a new map. Have these teams been studying it? Valpo Shield has shown that they have. So I'm looking at Garden to really find some value out of this. Otherwise, this is going to be a rough fight for them.
It certainly could be. Here's the Photon Barrier to start things out for Valpo Shield. They're pushing it aggressively. They got Suzu out as well. Garnet looking for an opportunity. They will get this Death Blossom online after the shield expires, which is going to be a boon to them, but they need to get it quickly here because Valpo Shield likes to play very aggressive. They like to play very quick. Here it comes from the backline. Beautiful. Important. They take out Solaris. That's what they needed to do. Purdue White has given themselves another lease on life here, Soaf.
Yeah, we were looking for Garnet to show up, and show up they did, so well played there. They have the ultimates now. They have the other 4 on the line. We're not quite in last fight territory, though, so taking this aggressively might work in their favor. Valpo Shield doesn't have the matching ult economy on their side, but they do have speed, so Purdue White needs to build up the last of these ultimates very quickly in order to sustain and possibly close this out.
This is last fight territory. Purdue White can afford no mistakes here. We're going to get the Photon Barrier out early. Death Blossom is online for Fusik. Here comes a big...
That's too aggressive.
Yeah, they do get fan putty. That's huge. But now OG might pay for it. They're able to get back behind that Photon Barrier. Huge benefit there. Huge thing coming out from Banana Man. 93% on the board. Here comes the Kitsune Rush. Expecting the Death Blossom here from Fusik very, very shortly. Looking for the backline.
There
Here
it
it comes. Oh, big Suzer comes in. Sound Barrier there as well. Valpo Shield does not get the value from a Banana Man with a pick on the Chiroro. That's massive. They get the Sound Barrier out as well, but there's nothing left in the bank for Purdue. This fight going to be won in the neutral for either of these teams. Guarded now very, very low. Westfall swinging for the shields. They do find Banana Man. There's one pick either way, but Guarded now picking up the pace. They've got one pick. Wistful charges almost to oblivion. Purdue White takes us to the final map.
Chaotic and scrappy, just like how Purdue White likes it. They like those kinds of last moment pressures up things, and we've seen them work under that pressure. Now, I mean, we couldn't have had this any other way, right?
Right.
We're in labs now, and this is again a pretty wide open map. Both of these teams now have found their comps that are working for them. The question is going to be here, what happens when we finally, like, where are these teams going to be positioned? Because that high ground on the left there, as you see it, is very valuable for this Purdue White team, especially with the Ramatra. So Valpo Shield needs to bring back that aggressive energy that they had on the first two maps to close this out. We will see Purdue make the changes. They're going to play a little bit more pick-based. They'll bring in the Sojourn. So maybe just going to play a little bit further back and try to capitalize on Valpo Shield's errors that they make, just, again, how they like to play.
High ground going to be initially taken by Valpo, which I think was to be expected here. Right, with this kind of composition, they're going to get there a little bit quicker. But OG trying to put a lot of pressure on them now. That does mean they are going to be able to go, to the point now and kind of hide behind it. It's going to be a TP towards the back line. Doesn't look like they may have taken it, but now Valpo Shield has dropped on the point. They've got firm control over it. Nobody able from Purdue White to really get in, but oh my gosh, they come back in with a vengeance, netting themselves 2 kills. So even though Valpo does take first possession, the first fight won handily by Purdue.
They'll win that handily, and they'll set themselves in motion for the ult economy. Garden does now have Deadeye up. They're close, and Azuki is leading in that Kitsune Rush fight. So it's hard to say. This is still a bit of a toss-up because Wistful is already there with Shadow. So I'm looking at these Kitsune Rushes, honestly. There is so much going on, but those need whoever can use theirs more aggressively or get more value with theirs is going to be huge, and it's already breaking the game, Juggle. I can't stand it.
Right? The servers, it's too much for everyone. But yeah, we'll pick up the action as soon as we can here. But just again to highlight, this is the do or die now for both teams. Wistful hits a big shatter, but the sound barrier is going to be there for Purdue White, which means OG able to go a little more aggressive, finds an early pick, but they still haven't gotten anything beyond that, but it still might be enough since they had control of the point.
It does look like they will flip it back there, and I mean, the question is, what did it cost them? What did it cost them to spend that? And unfortunately, we're gonna have to come back to us, and we are nowhere near as exciting as that fight is going to be. But again, like, both of these teams have found their kind of rhythms in it, and now that Valpo Shield, now that we're back in Valpo Shield, 3 ultimates up, 3 very defensively used ultimate here. They just need to play aggressively here because they have to get back control. Otherwise, Purdue just will win by the ult economy alone.
And this is honestly, I think, one of the first times we've seen Purdue playing so economically. But first pick going to go out in favor of Valpo once again. They're only going to commit the Photon Barrier as well to get this fight win. That's huge.
That's huge. The Hyper Rush, again, they were just able to collapse on the backline faster, and Purdue White, for the most part, has been very aware of that. They just haven't been able to punish it. They will build the charge here. It's not quite last fight territory, though. Purdue does have 4 ultimates on board. They do have enough to win and get control back, but it's not quite enough to hold out and close out the map. So still might just be a dry push here. Maybe force any ultimates out from Valpo before they try to close the door.
A lot of early aggression out for Valpo. They do have the shatter once again. So a lot's going to be on Azuki here, right? To make sure that they're not going to be in line for that shatter. Here comes a big Death Blossom, though. That's going to close things up early. Point does flip. No, not quite. Does not quite flip over in favor. So this is going to be a big stagger on the Garden.
Yeah, you only committed Kitsune Rush. I wouldn't be mad about that. Deadeye also kind of pretty losable. So going into this, now we're in last fight territory. You have 3 ultimates up. You'll have your sound barriers on both sides, and I mean, Annihilation should just be the game changer here, especially with how OG has been playing aggressively. If they can just enable this Annihilation to find value, it can flip back. But that is, I'm looking at OG here to be the mastermind and controller that he claims to be.
And here comes the Shatter. It's going to lay down 3. The sound barrier is there from
Great
Sprout.
disengage.
Yeah, that means that there's no more Annihilation either. OG doesn't have it anymore. So Banana Man trying to turn things down around now with the overclock. Unable to do it. Whistle with a pick on the Banana Man. This could be the beginning of the end. Valpo primed to hold on here. That's 2 down now. Everything is in control of Valpo if they just play this smart. This match, this game, this entire series will be theirs.
They earned it, is the only thing I can say. Having to fight back from that reverse sweep threat, absolutely earned. And Wistful putting on quite a clinic with the Reinhardt to show for it. I'm wondering what it's going to be. It's a 3-man Shatter here, yeah. I mean, we saw it in moments in games 1 and 2, right? Wistful on this Reinhardt looked a very dominant force, and the question I'm left on my mind, Juggle. Why did we not try to fight that? Why did we not mirror? Why did we not take the honorable Ryan mirror as we know it? Because when it comes to keeping a Ryan in check, you can argue that there might be better choices, but I would say sometimes you just have to take the Ryans head on. Not to say that that's that's the reason they lost, but that is to say that I do wonder. That seems like the choice that maybe could have come out. All things considered, it's hard to say because at any given point in time, this match could have gone any different numbers of ways. Both incredible showings from both of these teams, and I look forward to seeing. This rematch is going to come back down the line. I want to see it again. It's going to be great.
Yeah, same. I mean, absolutely the most exciting series I've seen so far this spring. Across anywhere that I've been casting so far, and so it's just fantastic to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Love both of these teams. Love the style that they play, and we can't overstate how evenly matched they are.
Yeah.
Right. And a big shout out, big kudos to Purdue for being able to rally. Almost coming back with a reverse sweep and taking Valpo the distance, right? We saw we saw the maximum number of maps that we possibly could, right? Yeah. We went to map 3 on both control points, right?
Yeah.
And what a map pick as well from Valpo.
Yeah.
Because I think it was clear, right, at least from the word go, that they were very comfortable on this map, and Purdue didn't necessarily feel the same way, right? So I think in the end of the day, that was one of the big things as well. Just kind of this clinical play that came out too from Valpo. Really, really held it down today for them. So, like you said, I can't wait to see these two teams come back and meet each other again.
Yeah, it is going to be quite a butting of heads, especially given that, like you said, that kind of hyper rush from the side of Valpo Shield was very controlling. We were talking about how they like to control the map and control the space, and there's no better comp to do that in with that. And now, from this win, they have made the point that we were kind of looking at and answering. Now we have the answer. They have claimed the head of the previous champions. So this is now a team that you have to prepare for, you have to be aware of. And as we go further into the season, we'll have to be keeping an eye on them, and you should too. Yeah,
can't wait to see that. But that's going to do it for us here tonight. So, Av, been just a pleasure getting to cast this game alongside you. Quick shout out as well to production behind the scenes. That's going to be Grissom and Caroline. So thank you so much for doing what you do. And riding through all those tech glitches as well. You all fix those very, very quickly. So super appreciative of that. Before we close things out, any final words from you, Soav?
I mean, just because this incredible match is done, don't go anywhere. There's still 2 more after us. Like, can you believe it? This was game 1.
This was game 1 tonight. Yeah,
this was game 1. So there's still 2 more ahead. I'm not putting this down. This is going to be a great night of Overwatch.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in. That's going to do it for the 2 of us. Stick around for the next couple of games here at NECC.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC Highlighted here with week number 2. I'm your host, Orbital, and I'll be giving you once again some of the highlights as well as some of the funnier moments of this week. Without further ado, let's get started with the highlights.
Ace only has that pistol to work with to try to extend out to catch Stan off guard, but cannot find the space to do so. Ace will finally fall, and it's all the way up to Baldilo Goblin once again. Stuck in yet another 1v2. Will drop it down to a one-on-one. And finds the kill!
I mean, we've seen people go crazy at points. We really have, and Defenestrations is one of those at points. Every single member feels like RPI have had a time, and they do again! Defenestrations goes ahead and locks in game 1.
You know what? I've seen 10-2s become 12-12s. I have seen that occur, thus I always believe. I believe, but can the Warriors do just the same thing off of their attack? They're able to at least get one down, but it's a couple trees they can't afford, and that's going to be 3 for Maddie. Look, you said that they would have control as long as their gadgets were going to start trolling them. They're looking for the ace, and you know everyone's pulling off, backing off. T-Mill is going to do a one-on-one with a right-click feed. Do it, yes they will! Able to make a nice quick dink. They sink him down. That's an ace to start off the next round.
Is given. Exo knows. Trailblazer going to be used, but immediately just gets canceled out thanks to a null command. Rymaster, though, able to at least drop low key. She hurt me. Gonna be tapping the spike there. Rymaster with the spray, able to get yet another. And now She Hurt Me walks out. Perfect timing. Operator barrel right into Rymaster's side. Mampa trying to make this one work, but now there's more than enough time for the orbital strike to come through. Doesn't matter.
Good, actually, really good read right there. I will give credit where credit is due. Great read by Salty Archer to try and come out and challenge that, knowing that the check was going on. Probably heard that coming in. Now the flashes are coming back. He's got to run. That's the second exothermic being placed down. Slade trying to get very aggressive on the back of this. Good play from the smoke here, just trying to slow it down. Kills, how ironic, with a smoke canister. Are you kidding me? Look at Barton come alive. Complete destruction of the Waterloo Warriors attack. They die right outside.
And this is just looking like Milwaukee might actually win the round somehow. Despite being a man down, Aqua needs to waste 10 seconds or kill 3 members. Danny Destructo goes down in a frost mat. There's no chance to revive. Gets the kill onto the Jackal. And now all Aqua needs is the kill onto a Short Legend. But he doesn't know where the diffuser is. He gets the kill onto the confirmed player. And yet somehow a Short Legend gets the kill onto the Frost after putting down the diffuser. John, a series of emotions.
They're not going to face check, but Nefty is going to drop a ward, and now they know. Vel'Koz is on the bot lane. Kuzan is ready to go. Teleport is available, so they could make this a 5v5. They're going to try, but the Baron's doing so much work. In goes to the back. 1C is there, but the stop the root to death. 1C is blown up. Hostile takeover is going to do some work, but the smite goes down, and they've done it. They have gotten the Baron, but what do they get out of it? They don't get much. It's going to be 3 down on the side of Farmingdale. In goes the Lance Rested. They are going to survive. Kuzan's coming back in, just on top. Do you kill them all? Kuzan gets it. They finish. The Baron was smited, but you get nothing. A negative Baron power play.
The red side of the map has been very conquered. They're gonna get this one up, but the knockup also lands and is gonna get the victory on this little team fight. Very important one for the Misericordia Cougars team. Creek just trying to get away. There's still 3 members alive. The super mega death rocket finally finalizes.
HP shred with that Leandry's Torment.
Oh my god, everyone's looking to just remind XM that he's an ADC. It's up to Hazuko this time around. They find the stun. He's lacking a little bit in the damage department. The flash comes through, but it's not going to be enough in odd auto. From the other side of the map, grabs the kill.
It can be painful, but now they're walking into deep vision on their own, but that's going to work in their advantage. 1C throws out a little bit of a shield and says, hey, I found the opportunity. Nukd said, let me have a chance. The hostile takeover did so much work. It caught him in a corridor. An assumption catches.
If anything is going to help you with aggression, though, it's the rush. Logo throws that one out. That's dead. Wants to look for that Terror Surge, as well as HPR potentially combining that with the Bastion ultimate would be beautiful. They don't quite get to do that just because of the situation that they're in, and the Bastion ult sort of goes to waste there. Does find the elimination onto Nullen, but for now, at least they get the team kill. They get the point cap.
With a couple of headshots and a roll through, you should get your mines up. But you're looking at mines here, all in the cornerway. Then soldier on soldier violence,
combined with a blade coming out from Ghost. And this is threatening to be another 100-0. One lone Kiriko on point with a Fox to back her up. Unfortunately, won't be near enough to take out the entirety of MCAT to 100-0.
to AimCat as they take Ilios.
They have to find in the middle of the field, fairly open for Antsy, however, but the pass forward for Ace. However, Antsy just lurking, waiting for that ball to calm down a little bit, and then ripping a monster from the middle of the field. Defense goes, huh? Antsy? Shot? And it's already in the back of the net before they even perceive it.
They're just sitting back and watching what's happening in front of their nets. And maybe if someone accidentally turns the channel over, then they're going to get up and get that remote control. Goodness me, I feel old once again. But look, this has been an excellent final 2 minutes. A real great demonstration from JW Yellow in how to lock down a game. I'm going to eat my words, aren't I? Backboard, wait for it. No, Antsy there gets there just in time, wins the race. It's going to go right down the other end. Boom! 4-2.
Of course, not everything works out just as expected. Sometimes they do go right, just with a few tweaks along the way. Here are some of this week's misclicks, some of the funnier, more random, and more enjoyable moments of the week.
On this first floor, not really having the ability to actually help on the site. All right, it happens sometimes. Just the ability saying, all right, I give up at that point. But now Qualsy just has to hop in. This is the only window he can really go through. If he goes through the other one, it's a frost mat. Flashes himself as well. This 1v2 isn't going the best way. Has to reload, doesn't have the bearing. 9. John, I don't really like the odds here, and it is down to 0. A comedy of errors in that engagement.
To get themselves up to the photon barrier and at least get some point presence.
All right, they're going to go, oh no! The boop immediately as the teleport comes out. Chargers trying to do something a little bit different, but they put themselves in such a vulnerable spot. Nobody even gets a chance to touch the point. Mustangs were all over that read.
And that concludes the second week of the NECC. We're excited to showcase even more collegiate moments and want to make sure that you're able to get into it as well. If you find a funny moment during one of the broadcasts, make sure to clip it and send it to the link below, and we'll try and showcase it on the next NECC Highlighted.
And welcome back to the NECC Overwatch 2 broadcast this evening. We got 2 new casters, Tiny Shiny and Chef Billy, are here to walk you through the remaining 2 matches of this evening, the week 4. Already starting to come to an end, but certainly the excitement has yet to come.
Yep, University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley Armadillos going up against Barton Community College Esports in the Emergent Pacific region. So, looking at Barton, they're coming in on 2-0, only dropping 1 map. First 2 series of the season. On the other side, though, the Armadillos coming in 0-2, having only 1. Disparity, maybe a little the earliest team. Now's the time for them to bring it together and see what they can pull out of here. And, going over how this is going to work today, it is a first to 3. And it's going to be winner will ban a map out and loser will pick the map out, and they do a coin flip to decide to get them. I believe, if I am correct, that it's going to be the Armadillos choosing first.
Yep, the Armadillos did get that first map pick, so they were not able to choose Peninsula, the brand new map that was brought in. Sorry to see people aren't a fan of that one yet, but maybe we'll see it another time. Not yet, though, because Texas have elected to go to Lijiang Tower, which out of all the control maps, probably the least surprising selection.
Right. I mean, Lijiang Tower, it's become almost like you have to go there first, no matter what it is. Whether it's World Cup trials or it is EMEA or whatever, it doesn't matter. Everybody wants to go to Lijiang because they think that they have the right stuff to take the map. So we always talk about how we do with Control Center. That's going to be Brawl, and then the other 2. You can run a lot of things. Night Market tends to be a little bit more of a stand and push moment, where as you see on on Gardens, you got a lot more mobile there. So that's what I'm looking to see. Who's going to be able to hold their tank line up first. I think tanks need to take the space. That's really becomes an important integral part of the new game here. Is that if you can hold space and you can hold it effectively, you're going to win the map 9 times out of 10.
That's just the big thing. You're moving from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Only having one tank means that that one tank has a lot more impact on how this game actually ends up playing out. So thinking of that, you mentioned all of the varying compositions that can come together on Lijiang Tower and how those kind of work out. Big part of that depends on that tank battle, where those strengths are going to lie, and how those fights are actually going to be taking, and we're actually going to start on the one you first alluded to, Control Center.
Well, Control Center, I mean, this should be a brawling map, and I mean, Cello versus Underdog. This could be a real strong matchup here for Barton, because Orisa can't get a lot of work done here on the, as you use the Fortify, use the Javelin Gate, the damage coming in, Javelin Spear to displace people. So we're going to see. We're going to see who wins here with these compositions coming out.
Varying differences between those, especially in the tank battle, is going to really dictate where these fights are going to be taken out. Armadillos want to get much, much closer with that Reinhardt, able to actually do some damage. But for now, it's just going to be a poke battle between the Junkrats, the fact that we have a Symmetra versus a Soldier 76, playing at this range to just get that maximum poke. But eventually, as this point starts to get unlocked, it will get messy, and King Killa will be the first casualty of this match. Spartan Esports, they took an early start on the objective, but might have to back off. Their Junkrat is traded out, though, looking to keep themselves good. The Orisa proving to be very strong about controlling that space, but the trades are still going out, even if the point control has gone through. Armadillos don't want to quite give this one up yet, but Barton appeared to be on the retreat.
Yeah, I mean, that's a smart tactical retreat there for getting Sen. I mean, just losing so much in the early fight. Now, this is a chance for them to re-engage with the Lucio going down.
Taking advantage of that opportunity, and it's a great one. You can just see how low Cello is, but they can easily come back into this. Nano Boost online for Galaxy if they're able to stay alive under a lot of pressure, and there they go down. That major win condition. Barton Esports, they're going to snowball that one all up together and get the point back over.
I mean, they have not dealt with the burst damages coming out of Delos right now. Has really gotten a lot of work done with the microwave beam, with the being able to slow people down. Just really taking the space away from Cello. And once Cello goes down, it seems like all the dominoes fall after that. So, you're looking for Nano into this fight. I think you put it on Cello and let him get some work done.
And Cello's the only one who can get through this photon barrier with a hammer. Could care less about that, but the fact that you can't get healed, that's a little bit more scary. Has the Earth Shadow, though, lays it down onto 2. A nice Suzu to get everyone back up on their feet. Barton, basically at square one, except for Underdog, just took too much damage to be able to continue. That's the opening Barton needed to crack this point wide open. Coalescence has been basically put to waste. The Armadillos will regain that control.
That's exactly what they needed to flip that there, and I mean, it was a little bit expensive for them, both the support ultimates and the shatter going out there. Now, for Armadillos, though, to be able to hold this point, they've got the tire and the tack visors ready. The only problem is that there is a Kitsune Rush and Suzu ready and available to it, so they can really dodge that.
That's important, though. With the Riptire, you can get it off so early, get an early elimination like that. Barton, they're not really going to want to push in. It's more time bought for the Armadillos.
Well, I mean, just the economy, just spending one ultimate to win, looking at a little bit of a danger there for the best guy. High bomb, and yeah, I mean, right now, Symmetra needs to close the gap right now. Everybody's going to lose all the fortunes coming out from that play.
Get that gap close. The Terror Surge will certainly help and get Grumpy Kitten out of the fight in the process. Barton Esports, they definitely took their time on it, and they paid the price. Looking to get it back in, but Armadillos, they still have a chance to get in.
I mean, 2 ultimates into that fight in the trap, and we're gonna swap here. Best guy going over to the Pharah here. Pharah doesn't generally work so well in here, but I think that they're looking at the lack of a hit scan will really be able to work good. Wow.
That is if they don't get hit by every single javelin, they just throw it their way, I guess. All right, Pharah, not a great start, but best guy, you still have time to prove yourself. It's gonna be the Earth Shatter, though. More the Reinhardt's kind of game with the Nano Boost. Barton looking to counter with their support ultimate, still holding on to this Kitsune Rush, which could be big much later on into this fight after the sound barrier has expired. Bam up on the high ground, looking for something with this tack visor, finding it out, but the Photon gets them absolutely nowhere with it. It is traded out for Underdog. Cello has gotten themselves into the nick of things and swinging that hammer around as the giant German tank does best. And we'll flip this over, but Barton, they got all the way to overtime, Billy.
I mean, they do. And I mean, now we're going to see what the Armadillos can bring back against this. You know, you're looking at Barrage coming up here. Cello should be able to work up to another Shatter. It's all about support ultimates right now, and this Kitsune Rush should get Barton onto the point and really put Armadillo.
Yeah, the way to pave the path down. Looking for that opportunity, waiting for that window to open. The Armadillos are getting close to this. The best guy looking to set up for this Barrage too. With the Kitsune Rush is zoning them out just a tad bit. Dallas back on the flank. I love the off angles that these DPS players are approaching, just looking for to catch somebody off guard, and that's exactly what Best Guy will do with a Barrage high up in the sky. No hit scan in sight to counter them out. Coming up with 3 final blows and giving Armadillos a round 1 Lijiang Tower win.
I mean, that's a great turnaround from what we saw. I mean, I've got, you know, bodied out in the beginning. We saw some changes come out from Armadillo. You know, they end up taking it to 99. Barton, this is a sub-map loss here, and I don't know if Barton was necessarily expecting this upon records alone. So we'll see what they got out their gate coming here. We'll see if Best Guy decides to stay on the fair. This is a much better matchup here for the fair, even though they got quite a bit of a control center. The confined spaces did not bother the fair at all. And, well, we're going to see maybe an aerial battle here. I'd like to see, honestly, instead of the dueling Ferrets, I'd like to see an Echo come out here. Echo does so well against the Farah.
Especially if there's not any mercies on the field to really enable those Pharos. It becomes a much more dangerous playing field, and that can be said for Dalos. They're the ones that are going to be against the pressure of BAM and Galaxy specifically. Their job as the Phara is going to be so much more difficult. While the Best Guy over here can kind of just float around and chunk through these little windows, not too worried about taking these huge hits of damage that their counterpart is. But the advantage of having the Symmetra, though, is that King Killa can just lock down this objective, sit behind a Rhine shield, and be A-okay to take this one out. The problem becomes when that poke damage starts to go through, because the Best Guy is very, very good at getting those done. Point still in contention for the time being. Dallo's making a look around the back, knows that the Ana is out in the open, needs to hit them out. Those large damage shots aren't landing. In the meantime, they do end up losing their tank. The grip on the points, it looks so good from the start. Barton, they're losing that, and Armadillos, they're finding themselves in control here, trying to get these last couple players cleaned up.
Yeah, I mean, the support is there. I mean, they actually end up getting the fight win there, and Best Guy takes down King Killa. Ooh! That's a blast. So, I mean, that's good. They managed holding on to the point here. And, well, we'll see how they
have the Nano Boost, which you throw that on a Cello that's been a fight win pretty much every time we've seen that so far. Especially with how near Cello is to the Earthshatter, even has it before Underdog. It's going to be a battle of these main tanks. And to see who can get that one out and find that opportunity. But task number 1, getting across the bridge. You can't if you're on your backs. Huge shatter onto 4 Orphan Falls. Barton, they're not giving up though. They got Best Guy. That's just enough for them to say that they can stay in this fight. Lay down the shatter onto the soldier. Dallos finding themselves in the kill feed on multiple occasions. Barton, they're turning this one right back around in a clutch scenario.
I mean, Dallas over to the Ash right now is proving to be absolutely beautiful. So, I mean, now with this guy, you'd be worried about shots coming in from the Viper, and Galaxy takes a bit of a swim on there. Now, you know, it's all going to be about how do they get onto this point with these Symmetra turrets built up. I mean, Cello cannot stand there and hard shield because it's just going to go completely down. Barrage coming up very close here, Tiny. I'm looking to see how they're going to wind around, how they're going to pull the sight lines around.
They have to make a long rotation here out of the way of Dallos. Even have a shot about making that one happen. I mean, Bam's on the flank of their own, but is getting spotted, looking to get that Mega. They don't escape. Caught in the sight of Dallos, but that's enough room for Best Guy to get in with the Barrage. Just what they needed. Armadillos, they are up 1 in this fight. Fighting it off against the Coalescence and with an anti-Reinhardt at that. Not a great scenario to be in, but Dallos has managed to stay alive and take down the Best Guy. Just exactly what needed to happen, but the sound barrier is what's going to turn it over the edge and put this fight back in favor of the Armadillos. And Dallos, it just needs to go down. Really been the carry throughout this entire thing. I think it's gotten every elimination that fight.
I mean, you know, Ash gets such a good, such a bad rep. done. Okay, what another? Another. Wow. People into the drink. Left to right. This should be a nano engagement here coming in for the armadillos.
Yeah, the Armadillos, they got this one locked down. Everything was done with that Tac Visor and the Earth Shatter. But they still have a couple more fights to win before they can get back in it, Billy.
Here, I mean, they've only used a higher battery. We do see the Mercy here, so there is going to be a pocket for the best guy. Here online. And you don't seem to rush action.
And the point being painted in red and the kill feed on top of it. Dallo's already finding one, but Grumpy Kitten on the Mercy guarantees the resurrection back in the fight. Now, it did cost the Armadillos the points. They still are in a great position to take this down. Crying Boss holding onto that Kitsune Rush is going to be key. But Best Guy, they're looking for that Kiriko specifically, wanting to take them out. And there's that window right in the King Killa. Losing Grumpy Kitten isn't going to be great for the long-term fight. There's that long-awaited Kitsune Rush, only 4 HP to spare, as Bob is sent straight into the mix, doing all the work, even twice of it, because Bob certainly did something here, and gives Barton a tied Lijiang Tower map.
I mean, that's a great turnaround there for Barton Esports here on the second map. It's still extremely close between these two squads. There's not much between them, so Tidy, what I'm looking at right now is, adaptability, and we're seeing it come from both sides. Barton bringing out Dallos onto this Ash really made Best Guy have room for pause. Now, as we head to Night Market, King Killa has been showing us nothing but Symmetra. I don't expect a change there. What do you hear from Armadillos to be able to kind of counter that? I think, how do they get in there and stop the reign of terror that this Symmetra is causing?
And so far, it's been the Pharah to really do that. But Best Guy, they didn't win the last round. They're moving back over to that Soldier 76. It's more consistent damage at a range to worry about. But the difficulty here is, look at that. Barton Esports, they can easily just set themselves up on the point. And Armadillos, they're going to find themselves on the back foot because the Orisa has to be the one to push in here. Continuous poke battle. Each team looks to take that control. Looking to get themselves back in the point, but Dallos is just on fire from the last round, quite literally with the dynamite. Taking down one, but King Killa finds himself stuck in a trap. It's exactly the elimination needed for the Armadillos if they want to push into this. Don't have to worry about those turrets any longer, but still, they're looking for the eliminations, and right now all that focus down is onto Underdog. The one player that likely isn't going to die with both supports currently attached to them. Anytime this goes out, Barton, they're going to be the ones in favor. Finding that player, and it has to be still the focus onto the tank, but it doesn't matter. The tank's not doing much except taking the damage. King Killa and Dallas, they're doing all the work by themselves, and eventually, Barton, they are going to clear the point off. They are significantly up in eliminations, and it's just so much time lost right there for the Armadillos. Still looking into the next fight here. Barton, they're in a really nice spot to hold on to this. The fact they didn't lose the fight, kept it going, means they built up all 5 of their ultimates here. Honestly, it's going to be in the best interest of the Armadillos to even attempt at this. If you want to take a dry fight, don't commit too terribly much into it or bait those resources out, because this time it's going to continue to tick up and up. And Barton, they don't even need to do anything. They just need to sit here and look pretty and have fun while they do it. Chella will bring them in a little bit closer, give them a nice friendly hug, but the Kitsune Rush is sending everybody else reeling backwards. Huge investment from Barton. 3 ultimates out on the board, and another fight win from it. The fact that they're only winning just those 3 ultimates is big, because we're nearing that last fight territory. Armadillos, they're looking to bam on that Junkrat, that Riptire. It has to be huge. You need probably at least 2 eliminations to come up from it. Barton, they can hold on to this one tight, but bam, has all the power in their hands. Only 9 seconds until this round will be expired. Knows that the Mercy is hanging out the back with Dallos. Just the eliminations needed. Tac Visor to add a little cherry on top, ensure the victory for the Armadillos, but they have set themselves a mountain to climb up with. And the key thing here is that Barton, they managed to hold on to both their ultimates. They recognized they didn't have their own advantage in terms of the economy heading into it. Now it just swung right back into their favor. You know, Barton's been great about controlling that pendulum so far. So we're going to see them now with that Earth Shatter specifically. Nothing really to stop it. It's just a huge setup to get space, move towards that objective, and now even if King Killa moving off the Symmetra for the first time to the Junkrat to match that spam damage that Armadillos are putting out. Approach to the objective will begin. Eyes on Underdog with the Earth Shatter. Only lands with the Junkrat, but one elimination might just be all that is needed to turn this one around with all the damage that has been lost. The Moira is under chase. Grumpy Kitten had to use the Coalescence just to try to keep themselves alive. Underdog straight to the back. Bionade is landing on them. Doesn't have the Suzu up. Keep them down, and it's amazingly enough, the Armadillos, they're managing to hold on to this Barton. It was their fight to win, and they're just not going to do so. A late resurrection too, onto the Kiriko. A rather interesting selection, more of an error, because that's just another stagger. Those supports go down so late. Armadillos, they got themselves at least an extra 6 or 7 percentage points off the back of the clone. One less fight they're going to have to worry about taking, and one less they're going to have to worry about winning. Looking into this next, the Armadillos, they did manage to use both support ults. They didn't really have too many other options. And Barton, they're looking to be in a similar territory, only differential being that Rip Tire. We saw from BAM was the reason that Armadillos were able to get themselves on the point previously. King Killa will be looking to replicate that themselves. Once they rotate to a nice position, these Armadillos, they know it's coming. They know it's on the top ropes. Just looking for one nice javelin, but still, it will give BAM with 16 HP to spare. We saw this before, though. The Armadillos, they got one, but they need to clean this one up. The Kitsune Rush will be the tool to do it. As they get the point flipped back over, the Terra Surge, not of a concern whatsoever, because Bartons, they painted this point red. They are not a huge fan of that color blue today. Even the Bob there, give it a 6-player win. Because Barton, they came back from round number 1 and will be taking away Lijiang Tower.
I mean, that was an incredible turnaround there from Barton, coming back from a 0-1 deficit and really brought it back. Sorry about the internet issues that I had there. I reconnected, got it all good, and now I'm back here in the game. Sorry, Tiny. Wonderful Rap God performance there. Worthy of Uber. Having a fantastic cast there, but you know what was more fantastic was Ilios here on the Ash. Absolutely turning it around. This Bob was fantastic. The second Bob there on Night Market, good as well, and that's exactly what you want to see from, you know, your team that's coming in 2-0. So, man, I mean, we're in for a great series here if this kind of level of action continues, because these teams, despite the record, Tiny, they look very evenly matched.
Exactly. You're looking at this. You would never have guessed it. Texas, you wouldn't have guessed they haven't won a match this season yet. This is a great look from them so far. Clearly, they've taken what they've done in their previous matches. They're applying it here, and they're learning. They're improving. And I think that because of how close Lijiang Tower is, it can give them a nice advantage to work with moving forwards. However, knowing what Barton Esports likes to run, specifically more with that Ash, that could become even more of an issue as we move to our hybrid maps.
The big thing is King Killa going to stay on the Symmetra the entirety of the night, because Symmetra doesn't always work in a lot of situations, regardless of what elo you're in. There are certain counters that you can throw out there, especially with payload and point-based maps that you're going to have to be facing as you move along here throughout our series. So, you know, we saw some adaptation. We saw some different personnel swaps come through that I think really leaned into what both teams' strengths are. I think they both want to run a rush, whether it be the Orisa rush or the Reinhardt rush. Sigma, of course, you know, can come in here now and then. Ball, we haven't seen Ball come out here yet as well, and Ball is in a very good place right now. So there are differences that we can see here come up when we go through our next maps. And, you know, the next one coming out the gate should be hybrid. And it'll be, you know, once again, the losers will ban a map and the winner will pick a map. Or is it winner's ban?
Yeah, the winners will ban.
Winners ban.
Yeah.
Yeah, winners ban and then losers pick that. I get confused. There's so many competitions. I get a little bit brain dead every once in a while, but it happens. So, you know, we'll see what is going to be banned out here from Barton College, and we'll see, you know, what the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, the Armadillos, will choose.
I'm not sure that the ban is even worth mentioning, unless it's not King's Row. You know what? It's not King's Row. King's Row wasn't banned, so that's where we're going, Chef Billy.
Yep. And we're going to see Barton come out on the defense. So they want to see what kind of a benchmark they need to meet up here. Now, defensively, King's Row, you can absolutely run Symmetra.
Yeah.
At least first and second points. Third point is a little bit more difficult because of the long sight lines, but we will see how that works. I like using Symmetra on first point King's Row as a defender because you can just kind of wall off that first entry choke and get lots of free ult charge, gets, taking people's shields down because you usually want to run a Reinhardt through there. You can use the right click to snipe somebody down. So, I mean, there's lots of use for the Symmetra there. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Delos, I mean, the Ashe was fine. The Ashe was perfectly fine. You want to use that, claim the high ground, and take what you can there. And, just lob the TNT, the dynamite, get your spam damage, get your burn damage going through, build up towards that Bob, and that'll be an easy first hold for them. So we'll see how this actually works. But defensively, for Barton, they've kind of swapped it up here. They brought out King Killa on the Junkrat. Delos is bringing out the Sniper. And, with how effective they were with the Viper, I don't hate this at all.
Oh no, Dallas, if you can land shots with an Ashe, not too different from a Widowmaker. Do need to charge them up though, and be cautious because Widowmaker did get a slight nerf in the recent patch, has 25 less HP, but it's going to be important to win this out because the best guy is mirroring the duo of the Widowmaker, at least for a couple shots out of spawn. Not an uncommon thing to see on King's Row, but it's all the more dangerous knowing Widowmaker's on the other side.
Well, it's all about sight. It's all about vision. And, you can't just stand up here forever. I would bring something up with a little bit more utility out here. I mean, Delos has a great sight line there. Takes a quick pot shot onto Cello.
Surprised we're seeing the Sigma out here. It's very vulnerable. It's a lot of the poke, but the best guy, that's what you needed. Just get enough distraction with the Sigma and allow your Widowmaker to go absolutely nuts. King Killa did fire it back with two of their own, but the Armadillos, they're trading this so evenly. That was seriously a 1-for-1 trade the entire way through. But the Armadillos have slightly more in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got spawn advantage as well, so I mean, there's not going to be a chance here. So, the real thing here now for Barton is to not allow Archway to be given up. You want to push Underdog up fast and furious, even though he was one of the last ones to get out there. I would like to see a little bit more speed come out from Barton if they're going to run with this Reinhardt to allow their tank to, kind of reposition a little bit better. Same thing with the Armadillos, though. So we'll see how this actually works. Oh, what a shot!
Wow, Dallas. I think Dallas is a little upset that they didn't get the chance to shine after they just got shut down by the best guy, who's on a little bit of a flank their own, looking for that angle. Just wants to be cautious, knows that Dallas will be watching out for them. But the fact that these snipers, they make these games so much longer, you're expecting the tanks to play close together, but no, it's just been this longer range post battle. And as we get near, this spam damage will start to matter just slightly more as we go through. The Reinhardt's been taking an absolute beating, and there's that elimination we're looking for. The Widowmaker battles is where it is. Forget about the rest of the players. We're just watching the snipers battle that one out. Chell clearing own Gravitic Flux to really set the pace, set the tone for this fight, give them an advantage. Will manage to catch two in it. One will go down, the other will be Suzu. The best guy is up in the sky. The difference here, major difference in those support comps, really paying off with the Armadillos. This payload really isn't stopped, Billy.
I mean, a real good look there as we saw Grumpy Kitten get caught in that trap. We saw BAM come back and kind of guard to make sure that nothing took their Mercy down. So nice peel coming from the Armadillos. Barton Esports needs a stop right now. Shatter should do it.
Shatter will dilly down a couple, but it's not the Earth Shatter that does it. It's the Riptire that strikes back from the opposing side. But King Killa comes up with three of their own. If only there was somebody there to touch the cart, because the heroic plays have gone down in vain in 5 minutes and 20 seconds for the Armadillos just to get this third point.
Oh, King Killa gets the battle of the Junkrats taken care of too. Nice and clean. But my word, I mean, a total of 5 being killed with those 2 tires, and now sites are going to come out here. So, I mean, we're looking at Ant Matrix to take the quarter here from Galaxy. Coalescence and the answering Kitsune Rush should be good. Oh, what a shot!
That was just over the side of the field. You gotta respect the sights, best guy. You got a resurrection, second chance. Learn from your mistakes this time, because Dallas surely will not be going easy on you or on Cello either. This is just nasty.
I mean, you've got to get somebody up there in the sky to take care of the Widowmaker, because right now the sight lines are too pure for this sniper. Didn't even have to use your support ultimate. So a minute almost taken off here by Barton Esports as we're looking at the Foundry. Dallas, once again, Best Guy is peeking way too much.
And Best Guy's not, if you're on Widowmaker, sure, but Ash can't even one-shot at the range you're at. It's just basically a free dual win for Dalos. It expends the Resurrection too. I think that's why we're going to see that swap over to the Sombra.
Yep, I don't hate it. I like it. As a matter of fact, it also take care of some of the shielding aspects coming through from this underdog on the Reinhardt. So, I mean, yeah, hacks, taking all the resources away, this is exactly what you want.
Taking the resources away, but, I mean, Barton, they got plenty of resources on their own. The Armadillos don't even have too much to work with to begin on here, but they're still going to be the ones to kind of run this over, hold down. The Sigma's starting to struggle a little bit.
Yep, I think this is the time for you to get the Gravitic Flux out and then swap over to Rhine and bring your own Rhine out, because that's the only way that you're going to get through Underdog right now.
It's a great ultimate to have if you can get that Suzu out of the way, and Barton don't have too much to realistically deal with that. They have a plethora of ultimates on their own, however, it's going to be that Gravitic Flux to open it up. Everyone will manage to stay alive, healed back up, back to square one! And okay, Bam wins the sniper duel. I never thought I'd be saying that today, but here we are. Great way to push the momentum forwards in Grumpy Kitten. I saw if you wanted to pull out the pistol, I get it. I get that urge sometimes too. But in the end, it's your team that matters. Support the team to push on forwards. Orphan is looking to hold this one down just long enough. Barton, they've been holding their ultimates for quite some time, Billy. It would be a great chance for them to pop it out, but they're just getting staggered so badly they don't have a chance.
I mean, the Shatter's going to be huge coming through here. Daedalus going over to a Bastion, so this is going to be a bit of a struggle here for them. They need to find some value. They didn't find any value, though.
They got Underdogs low enough for them to be finished off, and that means that the Earth Shatter comes up with absolute nothing. And that's the major thing that Barton, they were banking on to come back into this. They have the Kitsune Rush from Crying Boss, but they're so focused on contesting the payload. And it should be okay to lock down those spawns, really coming up in their advantage as this continues to go down, but still 2 minutes to hold on to this.
I mean, this is the change time. Get off the Sigma and make your change. I would go maybe to a Diva here to be able to eat some of this damage, get up there and take care of the threat coming from up high. And Bam's sitting on, just a sliver of health. EMP is ready though. Yeah. So, maybe you build up another Gravitic Flex, you hit EMP and just let everybody have it.
The 20% damage would be really great to have, but it only lands onto the Reinhardt. Underdog is able to stay up. A nice Suzu timing from Crying Boss, and you can just easily come back into this with that Kitsune Rush. The Reinhardt's going to be much more powerful, and the Bash, look how fast those health bars disappear, Billy! Ooh, did not want to be standing anywhere near that guy. And the Armadillos, they had a win condition coming into it, just did not have the execution.
No, they did not. And I mean, right now, Best Guy is just getting absolutely owned on this Sombra. You've got to translocate it for a reason. You need to get it out and make sure that you have it in a place of safety. Now, I mean, you've got the Ballistic Strike, you've got Coalescence, you've got the Tire.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much online here for Barton to hold this last minute. Gravitic Flux and the Amp Matrix probably need to put out the Amp Matrix first to see what you can get burned down, and then go in with the Gravitic Flux behind it.
Even if you could just get a shield out of the way from the Reinhardt, that's a major cooldown to not have to deal with, especially with that Gravitic Flux. You see what's set up, but it's already not off to a great start. Bam already went down. You got the Resurrection to come in, but Armadillos, they're being forced back. The Coalescence is simply doing too much, and Bam falls again. Armadillos, they haven't been given the room to breathe or even a chance to try what they want to do. Barton, they're just seemingly one step ahead.
I mean, it's all about the ultimate rotation to understand their win condition and not giving up a single inch of space. Orphan went bye-bye? Okay. This might be it. Well, Tire coming out, though.
Can kill him. You can land this one. If you can even get one elimination onto this would be actually big. Goes on to Galaxy. Make sure the Resurrection isn't there to follow it up, because Underdog will be returning with that Earth Shatter. The biggest thing to turn this fight right back around. Orphan returns with Vengeance 2. Not happy with going off the map, and that shall be it. A 5.5 minute hold, Billy, on the third point of King's Row.
I mean, I completely, really attribute that to holding on the Sigma too long. You weren't able to claim any space. You weren't able to get in there and close the gap. You're trying to use the hyperspheres to break down a Reinhardt shield that just didn't have the work to do. You didn't have enough firepower behind you to burst that shield down and get the full value out of it. And you never dealt with the backline. I mean, it was a good push. Let me qualify what I'm saying here by saying that. But you need to have the brawl potential, and Sigma is not a pugilist. He likes to fire at mid-range. You can absorb a lot of damage, yes. The shield is good. The kinetic grasp is even better if it's used wisely. But pound for pound, Reinhardt inside the Foundry is almost unbeatable. So, I mean, now we're going to see the swap to the Reinhardt here for Cello. Yeah. I mean, hindsight is 20/20. You just stuck on the Dutch scientist way too long, and we'll see. Yeah. We're going to see the sniper battle come out again. A little bit of a change here. Grumpykin going over to the Kiriko, and Galaxy bringing out the Ana. So Antis are going to be on stream here, and Crime Boss is going to have to really make sure that they maximize the Suzu usage.
Because Underdog is in for the time of their life. Ana and Reinhardt are not two heroes that agree with each other on the opposite team. Lots of good pressure on Crying Boss to just have this timing down with that Kiriko. Those cooldowns are just so great. But now, Spartan, they want to move into the point. Neither team really having speed, and they're stuck just dealing with poke damage for the Widow Battle to be one out. And Dallas wants to make their name heard in this lobby. Looking for a couple more after the early pick onto their counter sniper. Cello getting come down will guarantee a first hit, 66% to go. Junkrat coming in on the flank, needs to land a shot. Eventually will go down. Realization of a skill orb right there. True skill, Billy. True skill to take out the Junkrat. But clearly it's something else in mind. And Barton, they're looking pretty good to take this down. The best guy did manage to come back on the Reaper. Oh, wow. Read like a book. Yeah, Barton, they want this first point. They want to set the points on their attack.
I mean, this is kind of, reminiscent of what we saw the Armadillo. They had a very easy, clean first 2 points. Then all the trouble happened on point 3. So right now, if you're the Armadillos, just collapse yourself back, get yourself into a full fighting 5, get your exit kills as you can. You love to see that. And then move your way forward. So, I mean, Shatter available to both Reinhardt. So the mind games are going to start here. Nice sleep in the back there. And you have both your support ultimates ready to go for the Armadillo. So Archway should be the point where they kind of turn it around.
That is it, failures don't stop dying. Like, that's seriously, that's the death hole right now, trying to peek on the top of that bridge. Anyone who's gone near has fallen down almost instantaneously afterwards, and they will fall down as the Earth Shatters are traded out. Nobody really falling, no, because Underdog will take a beating, result of that nano boost that was thrown out, so no tank on the side of the attackers means Cello is free to clean this one up. Pending the incoming Junkrat damage, holding this choke is going to be so important.
I mean, you just pull back behind Bookstore here, heal yourself up, get your shield back up. Don't take any, spam damage. I would even hold off in the little corridor over there and wait for Underdog to come back. Underdog really got bodied out there with the nano that came in against him. Yeah, just give a little space here and watch out for this tire coming in.
About the tire. The tire's going on an adventure, Billy. It really is, and yep, there you go. Found the target in Best Guy. One to have more freedom for Underdog and the remainder of the front line, so continuing to push that advantage up. Coalescence with the rip tire from the other side. Bam wants to find a bit more. Their counterpart, Suzu, will be enough to save the Kiriko, not for Dallos on the other end. It isn't even fight as the payload is rounding the second corner. A pretty close one at that. That's why coming back into it with the Death Blossom nearly in hand. Could be the things that turn this around as Barton, they're still finding those eliminations. And all of them are coming as a result of the Moira, surprisingly enough. Joe coming back with the Reinhardt and the Earth Shatter to lay it down, but it just isn't simply enough. The numbers heavily in favor of Barton, and they're rolling this one all the way through to the Foundry.
I mean, poor Bam has been taken out by 2 skill orbs. In 2 different fights. I mean, just the nastiness, and there's a trap up there. Yeah, you might want to be careful, Best Guy. You might want to be careful because, King Killer knew what you were trying to spit out there.
So this is They gotta expect the Death Blossom coming. They know exactly where Best Guy is right now. They're gonna chase him, get the pin on it! Wow, with great read from Barton to put this out. They can gain so much progress off of it, and knowing the ultimates they're about to face, it's incredibly necessary for them to do so. The payload has rounded that final corner, and the Bastion ult there is to clear the way. And the Kitsune Rush does make it a bit harder for them to play in. Has to hide around the payload, just break these cooldowns out, and finally we'll see that Death Blossom come to light. The Armadillos, they needed to put everything they got into that fight just to keep it held, and they got a lot more to do.
Well, now it's up to Best Guy. What do you bring out here? You've used the Death Blossom. You got the full value out of that. What do you bring here? Do you bring out a sniper to deal with the back line? No, you're going to bring a Mei out here. I like this pick, even though I don't like the character myself. This is actually a really smart decision here. It's going to be able to block some of the damage coming in from Delos and from King Killa. It's going to cordon them off, take them away from their healers.
Oh, Ice Queen makes an appearance. Mei is such the control over the game. Like, look at that nice Mei ball. It might not catch anybody off, but it does mean that Barton, they can't back up as nearly as they want. They have to change their playstyle because of it, but Underdog wants to take control. There's the Earth Shatter. Only lands onto that Mei player we were talking so highly of earlier, and that's the wall to end Cello's life. And just like that, huge impacts Barton. They're putting themselves forwards. Push that advantage. They got the Kitsune Rush on the point. The payload is just 0.05 meters away from completion, and they will get it. Didn't nearly have that time bank, but really pulled it together on their own defense to give them a win condition in their own attack.
I mean, that was fantastic out of them.
Yep.
I mean, they just really turned it, and they knew their win conditions. They knew how to deal with the damage coming in and what kind of counters were coming out there. King Killa was just putting Cello's shield under massive scrutiny there, and really didn't pass the test, though. I mean, there's the 5 between the two. It still lost them the point because we saw Cello get back in touch. But still, you know, these two teams, they're battling it back and forth. Barton got their nose a little bit ahead, though, for me personally, from the eye test. Seeing how aggressive they are, pushing on the back, you know, sustain. Orphan on that Moira really was getting work done, not only with the healing orbs, but also the 2 poor kills on a BAM with the random skill orbs. Yeah, I mean, you love it as a Moira troll. You love seeing it on your screen. You love seeing it on our broadcast.
Hey, you call it a troll, Billy, but it's genuinely working out for the team. So, maybe we're learning something. Having a bit of fun in this silly game. But hey, we still have at least one more map to go through. I don't think that the series is as far apart as the score suggests. There are several signs of hope that we've seen from the Rio Grande team. However, they just have a couple things they need to iron out if they want a chance at pulling this one back.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we'll see what the ban and choice are coming through here for. So, I mean, you know, what do you think Barton closes out here? I believe we go to push right now. Yeah, we go to push for third map. So, I mean, New Queen Street will probably get banned. I think we go to Esperanza, personally. I think that's a better map for kind of the characters that we want to see come out of UT. So, I think Barton, I think they've got an answer for pretty much everything that they've thrown out here all night. So that's the big difference right now is the adaptability, the recognition of compositions and being able to counter it on the fly. Something that Barton has really shown great aptitude for tonight. So we'll see, you know, how do we kind of work this around here to get the Armadillos back into the winning ways, get themselves a map win and bring themselves back in the series.
And you know what? They're going to have a little bit more time to think about that, talk to their coaches, get themselves ready, because we'll be heading to a short break. In the meantime, you guys get to enjoy some highlights from this week's NECC match. So stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC Highlighted here with week number 2. I'm your host, Orbital, and I'll be giving you once again some of the highlights as well as some of the funnier moments of this week. Without further ado, let's get started with the highlights.
Ace only has that pistol to work with to try to extend out to catch Stan off guard, but cannot find the space to do so. Ace will finally fall and is all the way up to Baldilo Goblin once again. Stuck in yet another 1v2. Will drop it down to a 1-on-1. Finds the kill!
I mean, we've seen people go crazy at points. We really have, and Defenestrations is one of those at points. Every single member feels like RPI have had a time, and they do it again! Defenestrations goes ahead and locks in game 1.
You know what? I've seen 10-2s become 12-12s. I have seen that occur, thus I always believe, but can the Warriors do just the same thing off of their attack? They're able to at least get one down, but it's a couple trees they can't afford, and that's going to be 3 for Maddie. Look, you said that they would have control as long as their gadgets were going to start trolling them. They're looking for the ace, and you know everyone's pulling off, backing off. T-Mill is going to do a one-on-one with a right-click feed. Do it, yes they will! Able to make a nice quick dink. They sink them down. That's an ace to start off the next round.
Is given. Excellent knows. Trailblazer are going to be used, but immediately just gets canceled out thanks to a null command. Rymaster, though, able to at least drop low key. She hurt me. Gonna be tapping the spike there. Rymaster with the spray, able to get yet another. And now She Hurt Me walks out. Perfect timing. Operator barrel right into Rymaster's side. Mampa trying to make this one work, but now there's more than enough time for the orbital strike to come through. Doesn't matter.
Good, actually, really good read right there. I will give credit where credit is due. Great read by Salty Archer to try and come out and challenge that, knowing that the check was going on. Probably heard that coming in. Now the flashes are coming back. He's got to run. That's the second exothermic being placed down. Slade trying to get very aggressive on the back of this. Good play from the smoke here, just trying to slow it down. Kills, how ironic, with a smoke canister. Are you kidding me? Look at Barton come alive. Complete destruction of the Waterloo Warriors attack. They die right outside.
And this is just looking like Milwaukee might actually win the round somehow. Despite being a man down, Aqua needs to waste 10 seconds or kill 3 members. Danny Destructo goes down in a frost mat. There's no chance to revive. Gets the kill onto the Jackal. And now all Aqua needs is the kill onto a Short Legend. But he doesn't know where the diffuser is. He gets the kill onto the confirmed player. And yet somehow a Short Legend gets the kill onto the Frost after putting down the diffuser. John, a series of emotions.
They're not going to face check, but NECC is going to drop a ward, and now they know. Vel'Koz is on the bot lane. Kuzan is ready to go. Teleport is available, so they could make this a 5v5. They're going to try, but the Baron's doing so much work. In goes to the back. 1C is there, but the South, the root to death. 1C is blown up. Hostile takeover is going to do some work, but the spike goes down, and they've done it. They have gotten the Baron, but what do they get out of it? They don't get much. It's going to be 3 down on the side of Farmingdale. In goes the Lance Rested. They are going to survive. Kuzan's coming back in, just on top. Do you kill them all? Kuzan gets it. They finish. The Baron was smited, but you get nothing. A negative Baron power play.
The red side of the map has been very conquered. They're gonna get this one up, but the knockup also lands and is gonna get the victory on this little team fight. Very important one for the Misericordia Cougars team. Creek just trying to get away. There's still 3 members alive. The super mega death rocket finally finalizes.
HP shred with that Leandry's Torment.
Oh my god, everyone's looking to just remind.
I hope y'all enjoyed that highlight reel as much as I did, because it's so great to see the best plays that the players in the NECC has to offer. But the one we didn't get to see too much of was some Overwatch, so hopefully we can get some of those highlights down for you with this match.
I mean, that's kind of our job, though.
That's true. That is true. That is true.
It's like a sub part of our job here is to send in clips that we think are awesome. I think I'm going to send in the dueling rip tires. I think that should be in there for sure. But what I do know right now is that it is a 2-0 lead here for Barton College over the Armadillos of University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. And, well, hopefully they had some time to talk to their coaches, figure out a game plan to come through. And we're waiting to see now the ban system. Winners will ban a map, and then we'll see the losers pick out their map for what is now going to be Push. And, well, like I said, I think we're going to Esperanza. It just depends on how they're feeling right now, what they want to work. So, yeah, they banned Shambali. And, well, we're going to Escort. And it's going to be, they're banning out Shambali, and we're going to Havana. So, we saw some great sniper play come out, and Point A and Point B are both sniper playgrounds here in Cuba. So, just depends on what kind of tank line we're going to see come out here. I don't want to see Cello on this Reinhardt again, or on the Sigma. I want to see the Reinhardt come out here, really lean into a Mei style. I think that they can really get some work done with a May composition, a May rush going through. We'll see. We'll see how this comes to pass here because, man, they kind of ran over there in the foundry of Kings Row. That's got to be a little bit of a stinger in the back of their mind right now. So for the Armadillos, they'll be coming out here on the attack. So we'll see what Barton Esports has as far as their defense. And I do not hate this at all. They're basically taking what I just said and putting it into defense. And I mean, this kind of smells of a close hold. They don't have the Symmetra here, which is normally what you would see for a close hold. But you do have the sustain. You do have escapability. You've got some self-healing. This really smells of a close hold to me.
It certainly does, but like you said, close holds, you usually expect a Symmetra or like a Lucio even to have in there. We don't really see either of those heroes. So it's going to be interesting that how Barton, they're really going to play this. Once they're in, they're essentially in. There is no disengage here. You're stuck in this close hold. No chance of the retreat. And Armadillos, they're going to do their best to try to break through this one. You know what's happening. It's not an uncommon thing on Havana by any means. I thought we saw the trap, Cello. Clearly not. Nice May wall. Amazing play to set that up. And Cello left feeling a little cell-shocked.
Well, Telos comes out with 2 in the interim and gets the full value. So I think right now for swaps, you need to bring a Pharah out here, maybe a Sombra, maybe a Symmetra to teleport behind them, and then turn the tables on their close hold.
Either of those are going to be happening, though. Bam just wants to match that Junkrat spam damage. Maybe catch somebody in the trap. Trying to flare that on, but King Killis just has the better angle here. Like, doesn't even need to move the crosshair. Look at this. This is classic Junkrat gameplay right here. You put the wall up, you chuck the concussion mines in, and things just go boom.
Well, boom they go, and Cello goes down too, and that's going to stop any kind of an attack here for them. A minute off the clock already, and yeah, you could just hold lines here and watch the entrances from both sides. Just spam your grenades in, and then send the wall up once the tank comes out. So this is really going to have to be a serious lesson in how do I get out of a sticky situation. You've got best guy on the Ash now, so yeah, you're looking for the back line.
Looking for the back line. Assuming you can hit the back line. You know, already Bam has just been struggling to get out of the spawn. The Junkrat goes relatively well on the other side. And yeah, this is just Barton Esports knowing what needs to happen on this map and keeping it close.
Skill Orb again claims another victim. Orchid, okay, I thought it was just, you know, luck a couple times. No, this is absolutely premeditated murder with those skill orbs going in. And, I mean, almost has coalescence up. Yeah, getting the value out of them, too. Just really getting a lot work done. What a wall once again.
Take advantage of those short cooldowns to really play off of. But it might come to an end. This is the biggest chance Armadillos have had to win this so far. But same thing goes for Barton. That Earthshatter just does way too much work. And Dallas is there to follow it up and even get a couple of staggers along the way. This is brutal, Billy.
It is brutal. I mean, they invested the nano into that fight. Now we're sub 145 on the clock. 4-pack of ultimates ready to go for Barton Esports. The Bob should be able to at least displace and get them a little bit of purchase on the point.
I'm assuming best guy can live with the 20 HP they have remaining. He'll chuck in the Bobber, get something done, forces out the Maywall. Things are starting to get a little frosty, but nobody's really in the sightlines to be caught out of it, except for Bam. Armadillos, they're actually getting those eliminations, though. The Bob sent to the back just turns Martin's heads around enough for them to catch the remaining players off by surprise. And, you know, with 3 minutes gone, huge successful spawn hold and puts this into like a 2 fights just to try to get this point.
I mean, they're going to have to get so much work done. You have at least 2 fights. I mean, that's on a good day. That's them winning it outright. And then taking another fight right in front of the distillery. So, I mean, Tyre and both support ultimates ready to go. Dallas over to the Reaper now to chunk down this Orisa.
And Dallas is going to be there to get up close and personal. And the only one really that isn't too close to the ultimate with the recent swap. We're going to see what King was doing clearly in the position. You see them on the little side of this high building, just waiting for that moment, but Best Guy spots them out! That is a huge elimination going through. Major win condition has gone, and Armadillos, they're going to push that advantage as hard as humanly possible, because they're at 14 seconds, and if they don't close this one out, they're not going to have a shot at all of seeing the rest of Havana.
Well, I mean, they've also got a sound barrier and a tire at their back, so this is going to get them purchased. I mean, really, are you going to invest the tire here? Yeah, you're going to at least touch and give your team a chance to get back on the point.
That's the only thing you can do. Kinkilla didn't have the opportunity to use the tire, but it gives the rest of Barton the chance to recontest and take Bam down with it. Sound barrier there for the time being. Killing, just waiting for that to expire. Finding that elimination onto one is traded out, but Orphan returns. The glorious Still Orb does the damage necessary to put this one back. Barton, they held on to it so strong, only deserving that they will get a full hold on the first point.
I mean, what a recontest there, though. Just waiting until the last possible second was Kinkilla on the Junkrat. Got the touch, got the tire off, got the priority pick with the tire being held by Bam. And yeah, they just absolutely turn this fight on its head. There's 2 fights. One fight lost, one fight won. And man, Armadillos right now, I mean, they've got to be reeling because they had it in the bag there. And, they kind of stumbled there at the last possible moment. So, you know, I mean, it's hero play a little bit from Barton, but it's still, I mean, it's great team play. It's great recognition of your win conditions, knowing that you had the coalescence coming out. So for Armadillos now, defensively, you've got to pull the stops out here. You don't want to go down 3-0 here for the second week in a row. So we're going to go with the Symmetra in the May. Oh, my word. Yeah. This is going to be a filthy hold coming up from the Armadillos. Barton Esports. I mean, not much change here. Daedalus is on the Widowmaker. When once they recognize what the composition is, and that's exactly what they're scoping out right now, there will be a change. There goes Daedalus right now to go change.
Yeah, everybody is seeing clear as daylight. The Armadillos make this approach. I guess the only thing they don't really have on their side is a large amount of burst healing, which could really harm Cello once these main tanks start to battle it out, considering you got a Moira on your backs. But Armadillos, they need to replicate this close hold if they want to have a chance at keeping their series life alive.
Well, I mean, the Symmetra is going to do a lot of work for them. Well, as long as the turrets are able to stay up, I mean, they're just going to go in and just go ham.
You got the turrets, you got the Mayball, exactly the position you want to be in, but not for best guy. Barton Esports are like, nope, we did it first. We know how to counter this one out. Back to spawn you go.
Yeah, and they're going to use the payload for healing here. Oh, my word. Orphan again. This has been an ongoing kind of a meme all night for us, Tiny, but yeah, Orphan ain't taking no sass from anybody tonight. Those, the Irish healer here, getting the full work done.
That's karma right there. That's karma. Best guy does not want to see a highlight reel of skill orb eliminations. Bringing out their best hero in the Ash to give the Armadillos another shot to hold at this first corner. Their composition doesn't fare nearly as well here, especially with the spawns being pretty far out of their own sight lines. But it's still something instead of having to push in.
I mean, they've got their chance to really set up their lines here, especially if Best Guy can get the work done with the Viper on the side here. It's going to give them room for pause. It's going to give them a focused tunnel as they're shooting these shots down. Bam needs to get this photon barrier up in a hurry.
Really the major thing here that Armadillos, they're going to have a shot at pulling out. Support Ultimates Barton, they have a lead in that department too. All they need is just to play this out, take their time, because Barton, they have that economic advantage to push themselves through, give them that numbers game win. It's going to be up to Arrow Shooter. Actually, Armadillos built that one up first. Only lands onto Daedalus though, and there's no follow-up because Underdog just full sent it straight in and laid down their shatter later afterwards because Barton, they're looking to end this series right now.
I mean, that should do it, minus some stragglers coming through. Galaxy will be able to get a touch at least. Orphans in the distillery saying, nay, nay, you shall not pass. This is going to do it. Well, there's a touch like, oh my God!
Wow.
Jump scare. I would have jump scared my pants off there if I would have been speeding in to touch the point and I get pinned by Underdog and splat against the wall like a frog on the highway.
Yeah. There may have been some not so PG words coming out of that Lucio player's mouth after that one. I mean, Galaxy, who would have expected Underdog to come straight out from under you? I mean, your name's Underdog, but that was far from the case the entirety of this match. Barton, they looked dominant throughout, and coming up with another 3-0 to continue their win streak. 3-0, still holding on to an undefeated record.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been pretty comprehensive from them, and, you know, they're going 3-0 into their fifth week now. And I tell you what, looking at what we got coming up for them, I mean, they've got a pretty good run in the division that they are in. I'm trying to pull it up here because everything closed on me when I had to reset. The Pacific Frontier Emergence Division. That does take them to 3-0. They've only lost one map all season so far. And they look like they are on full running favor right now. So for them, I mean, you know, the day is done. But we've got another matchup coming up next here, Tiny. We're going to see the senior squad from University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, the Axolotls, playing in the Challengers Pacific Frontier, going up against George Fox University Blue. We will be coming up with that in just a few minutes, folks. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hello once again, NECC gamers, and welcome back to the Thursday night Overwatch stream. Our final match of the evening is just about to take place, and Tiny Shiny and Chef Billy are here to walk you through it.
Yep, we've got a bit of a reminder here. We've got the Cedar Squad here, coming from University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, the Axolotls, going up against... And I just had it here on my screen. George Fox University. We're in the Challengers Division now, Pacific Frontier region. And you know what? George Fox coming in on 2-0 on the season so far, having beaten UBC Winton and UNO Black. On the other side, the Axolotls coming in on 1-1. They won their first game of the season, but lost to Sacramento State Gold last week. So we're looking to see if they can bounce back, and I had a chance to see Sacramento State Gold the previous week, week number 1. Sacramento State Gold, not that bad of a team, so I think, you know, them going down 0-3 is not necessarily a bad thing. I think Sacramento State's going to be one of the bigger teams in the Challenger region, so this should be a good matchup between George Fox and University of Texas Rio Grande Valley.
Yeah, and then that's to be expected of the two. The match that was won by the Rio Grande Valley team, it was a 3-2, a very close one, but again, like you said, they played some higher level opponents taking on an undefeated GFU squad. It certainly make for quite the interesting matchup, and of course what makes it even more interesting is the way that these maps are selected. One team will get to pick, the other one gets to ban by the random choice of a coin flip. By the luck of it, we've seen a lot of Lijiang Tower so far. I'm not really too surprised by that because Lijiang Tower is pretty cool to be able to have. But of course, having the option for variety. Control maps often tend to be the most chaotic out of all of them and makes it an interesting place for the first battle.
I know Nepal seems to be the second one that goes out, and then Busan after that. So, you know, I would be very hard-pressed to say that we would go anywhere but Lijiang Tower, but we'll see what these two teams decide to go with because, really, I mean, I want some variety in my life, but we'll see what they decide to go out here with.
Hey, maybe we'll get lucky, Chef Billy. Maybe we get to see something other than Lijiang on stream today, because I'm pretty sure even our first match of the day was still into Lijiang Tower. We're going to be experts in that map by the end of this, to be completely honest. But hey, looking at GFU's roster a little bit, I had the pleasure of casting one of their matches a while back. You know, a couple players that I recognize from this roster, the biggest one is going to be Saucy, had some really big pop-off moments just kind of on the DPS role and was one of the star players, I think, overall. So if you are Rio Grande right now, that's one of the guys you want to be watching kind of as we get ready to head into today. Just knowing that it is. But what makes this kind of exciting is the fact that we don't have too terribly much information on these teams. It's rather unpredictable, which is also makes it interesting for the opponents. They're going to have to learn on the fly.
Well, I mean, it's also good for us because it gives us a chance to look at some teams that maybe we haven't seen for a while or haven't seen at all. I mean, there's been a big influx of schools that have come into the NECC here for the spring split. I mean, there was a huge amount of teams. I think it was over, 40 teams that joined the NECC at the spring split. So lots of big names, lots of small names, and all those in between. So, you know, this is a chance for us to get a really good snapshot of what the collegiate scene looks like, not only at the highest tiers, you know, the ABC tournaments, the collegiate homecoming tournaments, you know, NACE, stuff like that. This is also a good place for teams to get a lot of good experience and kind of hone their craft as they are as an esports organization for their schools. And, you know, this is a great chance for us to take a look and see, you know, kind of that middle of the tier with challengers, that middle of the tier where, you know, a lot of us reside as far as our SRs are concerned. This gives us a chance to really take a look at what the heartbeat really is of our collegiate Overwatch experience.
You know, not only is this representative of the players and their skill, just to be able to perform as a team in Overwatch, but also the esports programs that we're seeing in the colleges themselves. There's been so many that have popped up just in the past 2 or 3 years alone, and it's really such a great thing. It builds a foundation for so many players to become interested in such a field, whether you're here to be in a competition, to go pro, or just have some fun, meet some people, and enjoy everything that is in the world of esports. And I think that's personally one of my favorite things about being able to participate in this collegiate scene. And I don't know about you, Chef Billy, but certainly a treat to watch.
I mean, it was half a lifetime ago that I was in college. So, I mean, literally for me. But I mean, it is literally. I mean, most people that are in our lobby right now probably weren't born when I was in college. That's how long ago it was. But, you know, that being said, I really, you know, I think, you know, with the blow up and the glow up of esports, especially in the collegiate scene, being able to offer, you know, these students a chance to not only represent their school but get scholarships because of it.
Yeah.
I would have killed for the opportunity as a young person going into college, being able to play video games to get my degree. Hello, that would have been amazing. But I mean, it's a two-edged sword for me, because these kids have such a great opportunity, and it's such a great extension of the college experience that I really want to see, you know, them take full advantage of it. That's what the NECC and a lot of the other mid-tier collegiate leagues really do offer. And you know, I just. It's been something beautiful for me to watch, the genesis of it. And now seeing how it's going into the path to pro system, man, I mean, college esports on the rise, let's go.
This is even the building blocks for a lot of players. It gives you the opportunity to compete at higher levels and the ability to reach for more. Whether you're choosing to go on to path to pro after this, you want to take a different approach to esports on the production side, on the management. It's such a heavily layered industry that's it's still finding its place out. It's still being developed in a lot of ways, and it's great to have organizations such as the NECC to really guide us there and provide these opportunities as we get to see this industry continue to expand. And it's really not going to stop anytime soon.
I don't think so. There's a lot of dire stuff going on. You know, we look at our Twitters with esports things going on, but the collegiate experience, the colleges aren't going anywhere.
No.
So I mean, that's the big beautiful thing, is that you know, the infrastructure has been laid. And I think that, you know, some of the bigger universities, the bigger organizations that compete in the collegiate ecosystem have really set a fantastic ecosystem going through. And I really do like what I've seen so far, and, you know, seeing all these, you know, it trickle down to the smaller schools, and then being able to compete like this is awesome. Looks like we do have our map choice in, and guess where we're going, Tiny?
Who could have guessed it, Billy? It's Lijiang Tower. Hey, I can't be sad about Lijiang. It's one of those maps that you just see compositions. You don't see it a whole lot of other places, so I'm not terribly upset by this at all. And I don't think either team is upset. I think that even if there was a ban, we're not even told what the ban was. I don't think it mattered anyways.
It doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does not matter.
We were pretty much assured of going here, and, you know, I'll say it now. We'll probably go to Kings Row next after this, and then, you know, then we might get a little variety. But, you know, as it stands, I mean, Lijiang is a signature map. I mean, there's a reason why it's a signature map, and there's a reason why a lot of teams go to it. And we're going to see, you know, what these two teams have to go off of based upon this. So we did have a substitution coming in for one of the schools. Somebody couldn't make it or something like that. So that's what the little bit of delay here is for. But we will be getting into game hopefully very shortly. As, you know, I want to get this underway. We want to see these two teams battle it out and give us all the joy here on our stream. But make sure that if you don't see your school here, check out our other stream on NECC2. That's twitch.tv/NECC2. And you'll be able to see maybe your school there on that stream.
Yeah, a lot of different places. Make sure we can get as much coverage as possible. Get these players the chance to shine on a live broadcast. And hey, that's what we're going to do here today. And Lijiang Tower is where it will. It's pretty dark, so pretty easy to shine on this map. A control center, the one map that you're inside.
Well, I mean, we're going to start out here on Control Center. And it's one of them. Is it? Is it?
Is it Control Center? You're making me doubt myself. It's Control Center.
See.
It is Control Center. It is Control Center. Yay!
I
thought you were gaslighting me to thinking it wasn't Control Center, Billy.
We're gonna get the Ryan v Ryan battle. We're also gonna get a Symmetra teleporter out the gate. Now, is Saucy gonna stay on this? Yes, they are. So, reminiscent of the first game, we're gonna have the Junkrat and Symmetra coming out here to take the point first.
Yep, Junkrat, Symmetra, 2 heroes. You don't see too much else on any other map that's not Lijiang Tower or even Control Center specific. And, you know, GFU taking full advantage of that composition. They're going to go up, lock down the points. Axolotls, they can't face this damage between the violates, everything being thrown at them. This is just a GFU quick capture just by bodying their way forwards.
I mean, spam damage versus hit scans. With that shield up there, Rectangle Man is going to get a lot of work done here, and the anti-nade comes through. No joy there. But I mean, look at this charge here for Hammy. 80-90% almost has Shatter already.
Yeah, but so does Hookbait. A lot of these dudes taking it down, and it's Hookbait that will land it first. The first eliminations will come through. 20% already on the point. A long bout out one, but one ultimate to turn it all down.
You were talking about Saucy, and Saucy teleported forward and got behind the line and just got all the work done there, and Hookbait cleaning up on the back. That's exactly what you want to see coming out from them. Photon Barrier already ready. That's the beauty of a Symmetra going in, and I mean, there we go again.
You just wall off this choke on it. Hammy doesn't even want to push forward. The Axolotls, they're just going to wait this out. It's more time bought, but to be honest, they got a lot to push in with.
They do. I mean, they've got most of the Smiths, and they're going up against the same on the other side. Looking at Dr. Unknown, well, they've got a switch, and there's a Shatter coming out.
There's so much that is just happening in these last couple seconds, and Zante will be the first elimination to go down, followed by several other of the Axolotls team going through. They really did try and put their best foot forward, but GFU were just one step ahead.
I mean, the swap over to the Junkrat, maybe a little bit late, 70% counting. Both, I mean, you still have Sound Barrier to go on to, so Nano into a Sound Barrier, and Curse now going over to the Bastion to try and burn that shield down. Shred. That's the name of the game here that the Axolotls are playing. You got the Nano on the Hammy as well. To make it happen, you just don't have the Ana to keep you alive. Another Earth Shatter from Hookbait. Oh, he's just saying, I am the better Reinhardt in this lobby. As the percentage points tick up, the Axolotls, I don't think they're anywhere near the objective, Billy, as this one is just going to end it right there. GFU Esports, they got a chokehold on this, and they did not let go. DPS diff there in the first round. The composition that came out from George Fox University absolutely stymieing what the Axolotls wanted to do here. So, I mean, you need to pull something out of your bag here. You need to swap up your compositions. We're bringing a Mercy into bear. We're bringing Winton! Monkey Overwatch coming in here. This is going to be a bit of a change here. Looking at Dr. Unicorn going over to the Pharah. So there's going to be some chaos going on here for Chaos on the Sojourn. That swap there. They're going to have their eye to the sky. I know. I'm funny sometimes.
Only sometimes. You get Hey, GFU, they're not messing around though. No funny business on their side. Just Symmetra teleport to the point, lock it down. And this is going to be important though, because Chaos is the only one who realistically is going to have a chance to deal with Dr. Unicorn. Axolotls, they're playing that poke game to find that opening. You see Dr. Unicorn and Biznate rotating all the way around the back, but that's fine for GFU because they can just rush the remaining 3 players down the choke, and just Chaos just does everything for the team. That is as simple as it goes, and GFU, they're looking amazing.
I mean, Dr. Unicorn got some work done, put a little bit of pressure on the point, but that's just not enough. Seriously, running the Soldier 76 into this composition is not going to get the work done. You need some kind of spam damage. You need some kind of consistent shield break available to your team, and with these teleports set up and with the turret set up, getting on the point is just going to be bloody impossible. Hammy's going to have to be the one to really shut this down, and they're going to have to pour a ton of healing into him.
But you don't have the healing to pour into them, because Chaos just hits these railgun shots, and that's just how Sojourn works. You hit the railguns, people die, and then Hookbait just swings the hammer around. It's so simple as the way that we put it out, and the Axolotls, they're looking for the window of opportunity. They're just getting locked out at every corner.
I mean, it's really a case of composition difference right now, and they're not willing to swap off of certain characters. I mean, hit scan into this composition isn't going to get the work done. No. So, I mean, that's where the first change needs to come through for them, is get off the hit scan, because you're running into a shield, and you're running into easily changeable positions here from GFU. So that's the real problem. Barrage should be able to get something.
They got something, but Hammy had gone down far before that, and losing the tank, Axolotls, they just didn't have too much of a chance if that barrage only got one, and that's really just going to be the continuation of it. Axolotls, they're struggling to put their foot down.
I mean, this is going from bad to worse for the Axolotls right now, and Chaos and GFU, the U Warrior, I just had a fantastic push right there. So 75% in counting here. 5 pack of ultimates. They have done all this in the neutral. No ultimates expended from them.
Wow.
Hammy, 80% percentage captured, only 76% to that Primal Rage.
This is GFU's fight to lose right now. They just have everything. They got all the tools in their arsenal. Just put them out, lay them down, and Hammy isn't even going to get that Primal Rage up at all through this map, Billy. This is ridiculous from GFU. I can see now why they picked this map. This is their comfort zone. It's going to be it. A 200-0 finish through the entirety of the map and a decisive 1-0.
Whew. Well, that was quick.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I can really say. Composition differences. I mean, you stuck with the hit scan when hit scan just wasn't the right call. You can't push a square through a round hole. That's what they try to do here, and I mean, especially if you're not getting the shield break potential onto Hookbait's shield, he can just basically wave that shield around, maintain the integrity on it, go around a corner if it gets a little bit low, and then you're good to go. So right now for the Axolotls, they need to change up their lineup as far as compositions and really lean into a brawl centric, because right now Reinhardt's in such a good spot. I said it during the last series. Reinhardt right now is back up there in the A and S tier of my tanks because he can take space. He can swing with impunity. You can use a Kiriko to really hold them up strong. You can use an Ana as well. You can use the Lucio to speed him around. I mean, really. Now, control is always a little bit of an outlier for me. I always want to see the next map type come out, and hybrid will be next. I assume will, depending on if they stay in order or not. But, you know, looking at what we just saw from the two tanks, I mean, you try to run a Winston into a Reinhardt brawl comp. Hammy never got a Primal Rage. I mean, you should at least be able to build up one Primal Rage during that. That's how much focus fire was down on the tank. And then they just really wiped everybody else on the back of it. So compositional differences right now is what the Axolotls need to be looking at.
You know, they'll have a bit more time to look at those compositional differences because we are going to head to a quick break before we are going to get ready into map 2. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you in just a little bit. And thank you for your patience. The NECC broadcast is returning ready for map number 2 of the series in the Challengers Pacific Frontier Division. Now, Sheffield, it has come to our attention that there was an issue with one of the players on the side of the team that didn't do so hot. So, Texas Rio Grande, they went down 1-0 after that map. They had a couple role swaps having to come through due to a player being ineligible. Good news, that player is back and ready to go.
Yep, so maybe we'll see a resurgence here coming from the Axolotls. We had a support player playing in the DPS position. If you're not used to playing in the DPS role, that can be a bit of a jar to the system. So hopefully this will sort itself out here now for the Axolotls. I'm not sure if the issue has gotten resolved or not yet, but we'll see as we head in. So we will take a look and see what map we're going to go through here. They have banned Paraíso. So now we're going to go to Midtown. Nerfy is in for DPS, and now Dr. Unicorn is on support.
Yeah, so that has been straightened out. And support and DPS, they're very, very different roles, especially in Overwatch 2 now. So having those adjustments might have just caused a lot of discomfort for that team being back. You have the map choice. You have your full set roster. Just take this as a full mental restart because Midtown is quite the map to have selected.
I know, and I mean, hopefully we'll see some good play out of the newly reinstated player as we head in to our map of Midtown. Now, here I think that Reinhardt can work well. This is actually one of the maps that I would like to see maybe a Sigma. Ramatra is incredibly good here. So, you know, something with a shield. Something that has some kind of CC, either the slow or the accretion. Those are things that I look for from the tank line to be able to hold and or take space. And, you know, the DPS are going to have to really live up to their roles here. So we'll see Nerf coming in here on that DPS. Like we mentioned before, they will be coming out on the attack. So GFU coming out on the defense here as we take a look at what they're going to set up defensively. I like two different holds here. I like the hold right underneath the subway car, and I like the hold on the high ground outside of the car. So we'll decide what they want to see bring out here. We got some changes coming up as far as personnel-wise. Hookbait bringing the Orisa out defensively. GFU Saucy bringing out the Reaper. So they're going to be looking to kind of chunk down what is going to be a Ramatra, apparently from Hammy. I love the Ramatra here. And then Nerf is going to have a pocket going up on the in the air with a Pharah. We saw Chaos take down the Pharah before, so maybe with the actual DPS in here, we might have a little bit difference of a result here.
That would ideally be the hope, getting curses in on the DPS, maybe offer some congestion to Chaos, extra chunk damage for hookbait here, but that is going to depend a lot on the approach and how they're taking it. As far as going to be looking to go up, kind of take over this staircase, deny that high ground, and that's going to be good for Hammy to kind of move up. And you talked about a couple defensive holds here. The subway car, not one that we often recommend because you just got a Pharah that can wrap back around. It's such a long choke to be in, not the place to go.
Nope, and I'm looking for that Pharah to actually, you know, get over the top of the subway car and just start pressuring down the back line. That's kind of what we're seeing here from Nerf. Going on the side, getting themselves into good position in that pocket, coming through in spades.
Yeah, the pocket can really only do so much there. I did get quite a bit done. Axolotl's rotation to the point is very long and treacherous, especially being caught in a room close quarters with a Reaper. Minute down, but still many chances to come.
Okay, once again, I'm going to bring this up again. Hit scan is not the flavor du jour here that we need to be seeing. Junkrat is a better option here. Maybe 2 projectiles going into this composition, unless you're going to run with the Hanzo or a sniper to be able to get at long range these DPS that are taking profitable sight lines. So this is what I want to see. I want to see a little bit of adaptation coming out of Curses, because Curses was in the last map. Nerf is a player that came in, and they really need to deal with this frontline pressure.
To do so. I mean, Orisa just has so much stability as a hero between the Fortify and the Javelin spin that you can just sit there and GFU Saucy work really well with the Orisa, chunk down Hammy like that, and you're already running for the hills.
Yep, and I mean, now they can actually push up to corner here, take even more profitable sightline. They're actually going to hold outside of the fire truck here, right underneath the subway underpass here. And you know, you've got the split defense going on, so now it's going to be up to Nerf to be able to dislodge them and get the work in. You need to commit and go in on top of that.
Yeah, you just have to take advantage of that positioning that you have. There's not too much the axolotls to work with. I mean, you're going to push the subway car again. This is just really kind of crazy. The Pharah's in here, Billy. Why is the Farah in here with the Terror Surge? You got the Annihilation going too, but that's just going to catch the Farah, who's in a subway car, mind you. The Annihilation wants to move forward. You're going to get some space bought, but you're just walking into so much. This attack has not been the greatest look for the Axolotls so far.
No, it really has not. I mean, this is exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to pressure down the Axolotls and just make them force all their cooldowns down.
Yeah.
Nerf swapping over to the Reaper. We're going to echo the Orisa and the Reaper here. Curse does have Bob online, so you can actually throw that online. A minute left. I'm not sure about any kind of ultimates coming up here for the Orisa and the Reaper, but we'll see if they can chunk something down.
Get a Bob and a Kitsune Rush, that'd be great, but it doesn't matter if all the chaos is brought to you. Little sauce on top with the Death Blossom. And GFU, they're just holding this one down rock solid. Good for the Axolotls, though. They didn't commit anything.
No, they didn't. And actually, you know, going in and putting the Bob out there and getting the Kitsune Rush on top of it, that's going to double the ammunition firing speed of Bob. So you're going to have to get through the first hold, though. That's the big problem. Yep. You've also got a sound barrier online here for GFU, so they're going to be nice and sturdy. Dr. Uniform going over to a Lucio of their own to try and speed them on the point and get that happening.
Kitsune's going to help, but it doesn't contest the point. The sound barrier's there to help with that Bob, powered up with the Foxes. As GFU kind of hold this down in the choke. The point is beginning to be contested, though, so the rotation back will be required in order to keep it going, but Chaos has found that crucial elimination as the first one. Nerf coming in, though, on this Reaper. Currently shredding, already got one down, has the Reaper in their sights, teleporting to get a bit of a better angle, but the objective still needs to be contested here. The Lucio player still running around base, finding one, but Axolotls, they got themselves at least a tick, have avoided a draw scenario for the bare minimum of the time being, and even got the point off of a fight that really shouldn't have gone their way.
No, I mean, that was just a little bit of a miscommunication there from GFU as they tried to kite back, and they were getting picked off one by one. Now, Hammy and company can move forward and put this Terror Surge out.
Yeah, but the Suzu and Fred, nobody's really going to go down to their ultimate, but getting Hookbait out of the fray is good, because now GFU, they're going to be scattered. All the Axolotls have to do is pick off the remnants and get so much time bought. As a result, sound barrier, though, might have wanted to hold on to that.
Probably, but now they're just going to go ahead and move forward, and Saucy looking to get some damage done on the back. Got the Death Blossom online. So, I mean, obviously, first pick for GFU in their defense. They need to take Viznate out first to get that Suzu offline.
Here he goes, such a strong hit here. Be able to work that one out. Kitsune Rush first, another point in the kit, and Curses gets caught out in the rotation. Might be throwing the person around. And for that little showcase, you got the Terror Surge down in the staircase too. Fake finding one, a true wraparound from this player. Axolotls, they got control of the high ground and exactly where they need to be.
I mean, they only used 2 ultimates in that fight and got a lot of value out of it. Minute 10 left on the clock here. Death Blossom and Attack Visor almost online here for Curses. Viznate, with a couple of good healing Affida, should get up this Kitsune Rush ready to go for them. That might buy them the fight win here, but man, they're going into a load coming from GFU.
You know, it's a great start. Getting Saucy out of the fight. No Death Blossom to worry about. And they even have their own Reaper ultimate to work with. But the focus now is on to Hookbait, chunking them down out of the fight as the Payload begin its journey through the Midtown tunnel. Axolotls, they're going for a quick reset here.
I mean, they've got Sound Barrier still. They didn't invest anything into that fight. So, I mean, Death Blossom coming out in the back.
And nice from Murph, teleporting straight up top. No one was ready from the drop from above, claiming up the lives of 2. And the Reaper will end up going down, though, with those spawns being so far, Billy could hurt in the long run.
It really could. I mean, you're looking at the Sound Barrier. You're also looking at everything else in the kit here. Packfights are going to come out.
A lot of colors going around on the screen, and a lot of them are zoning from the Axolotls, forcing GFU back when there are needed to be on the payload at the most. Chaos, though, has the overclock and the damage output to close it all down. These last 3 remaining players, the Axolotls, it looks a little bit better towards the end here, but they will be shocked just shy of the second objective.
Yep, I mean, that was better for them, though. It just took them so long on point A to be able to break the hold that you saw from GFU. So GFU, I mean, on the back of a really strong first point hold, buys themselves enough time. Good ultimate discipline coming out from them. But still, Axolotl showed some serious signs of life there. I'm still kind of scratching my head over the hit scan. Surely we've got more in the tank than that. Even a Sojourn might be a little bit better of an option because you do have one-shot potential on certain targets. Also, you've got some extra CC, you've got some extra mobility. Yes, you can sprint around with the soldier. Yes, you can use the coach gun to get away. But that slide to reposition yourself is still something that a lot of DPS players are having trouble tracking. And so I want to see. I want to see. there's ult charge in the DMs, whispering, slipping into Caroline's DM saying, "Go NECC Esports." Thanks to you, Berkeley. We'll see you on broadcast soon. But I mean, for Axolotls right now, they're facing the possibility of going down match point here, unless they have a massive hold here. And well, I say it, and they bring it through. Here comes the Junkrat.
Okay.
And yeah, I like this pick here. Now, are they going to be able to hold? I mean, close holds are not really the. I mean, close to the point holds not necessarily the best way to go here.
Not exactly. They gotta take full advantage of the spam, these long sight lines, but Chaos and Sauce, they're gonna look to do the same. Those hit scan that we were kind of talking not so nicely about earlier, they're gonna be on both the sides of the DPS here. Granted, Widowmaker can do quite a bit with the area that is open on the map of Midtown, but it's just a matter of getting into the fight and finding someone out, and that will be Curses. Chaos opening this one open. All that they need to do is get Hookbait back in once those cooldowns have gone up. Doesn't matter though, Nerf got themselves into the backline, eliminated Chaos, but in the meantime they left their own team vulnerable to the Orisa just to push in, not afraid of that oncoming shotgun damage. And GFU, they're going to continue that roll.
Yeah, they're rolling on all cylinders right now, and I mean, seeing your tank go down in a heap like that, just a little bit disjointed. They did get some entry picks though, so I mean, you know, the defense was decent. They just got sped over. The amp speed coming through from UBass right there, or from Bass, was just exactly what they needed. They saved it for the right moment. They allowed all the cooldowns to come down, and then they just pushed in on top of it. So, smart play there from GFU. They only have to get about to the end of point 2 to take this map.
Not too much farther than to go. 5 minutes to do so as well. That's really good for them. And, you know, the fact that Axolotl, they got to take this fight close. This is exactly what they're doing. Suzu's already been baited out. The Terror Surge is looking to be a little bit more deadly. Everyone is very low, forcing the Kitsune Rush from Warrior to pave the pathway forwards, get some breathing room. But they lose Hookbait in the process of that. Traded out for the Kiriko. Not having a tank is really going to harm this team. They don't have anyone to rally behind. But Lucio Solo manages to skate out of the damage. Saucy just cannot find that final blow. Payload will keep rolling on, however. GFU looking to get under the Midtown tunnel.
Attack visor coming up here for the Axolotls. I mean, waiting for the Javelin spin to come out from Hookbait is going to be really what they need. And my goodness, Saucy not taking sass from these Axolotls. The forward push here, taking the top of Midtown tunnel. Great positioning here, just allowing your support to push along. You're going to have Deadeye coming into this fight for them. And I mean, once they get loose at that, once you get the spit out, it's all over.
And here's the thing, the payload's still moving while this is happening. The Deadeye doesn't even do too terribly much. It doesn't need to do too terribly much because the payload's so close. You're in a one-fight scenario, so the sound barrier forced out for Bass just to get a good shot. Don't have to worry about the sound barrier. Even everything's being chucked in onto the payload. Axolotls, their last hope is the Blossom with the Kitsune Rush to push it through. It's enough to get Hookbait out of the fray. And GFU, they're going to be falling back and having to take another shot at this attack.
What an expensive fight for GFU too. They invested 4 ultimates in that fight, and Axolotls only investing 2. So I mean, this is smart play for them. Saucy kind of stuck behind enemy lines right now. Yeah, there's going to be a spy check coming from Versus right now. Yeah, he knew you were there.
Did he get the elimination? Oh, they get the elimination! The Kiriko teleported just in the nick of time, and it comes at the cost. You don't have that player now, but it's a panic sound barrier from the Axolotls. They want to make sure that they can win this. They're a little afraid of it. Walk the payload. I do not need to see another C9 today. No, thank you. There we go. Okay, Nerf, I can breathe now. Hammy finishing this one off, but that almost spelled disaster for the defense.
I mean, well, Saucy gets out with their life, and I mean, with just a sliver of health. So, still, I mean, the pressure's coming through. Sub 3 minutes now. We're looking at a Terra Surge here for Axolotls, and the closest thing for GFU is their Kitsune Rush. That'll help them build up their ultimates.
It's Ritual to get them into the fight. They still have 2.5 minutes. It's not panic time just yet, but finishing this with as much time on the clock would be beneficial for them. Hammy pulling up that Terra Surge in the small room. Susan negating all of that. Very nice timing there. Now the high ground will be left alone with the Kitsune Rush as it turned the whole streets of Midtown blue. Charge trying to build up that ultimate charge. You can see Saucy and Chaos get even closer every time a player ends up falling down. And they do lose one of their DPS, but the support line removed, which means any damage the Axolotls take will be permanent, and Chaos will make sure those blows are felt all the way back to the spawns as GFU so close to putting themselves up at match point, wanting to continue their undefeated streak here in the NECC Spring Split. One map is all that stands in their way.
I mean, that was fantastic from them. They just waited out the economy, didn't they? I mean, they just pressed Q to win in the end there. That Kitsune Rush got a lot of value. This is one of my my favorite victory celebrations here from the Orisa. Being a former soccer player myself, absolutely love it. But you know, the work was done, and it was on the back of some real strong tank play. And I mean, poor Nerf got just nerfed twice there, getting res and then getting hooked, line and sinkered with the javelin spear. Man, GFU are on a different level right now. Axolotls, you know, maybe they were frazzled from the first game. They looked better here in the second game. But now, going up on match point, GFU have them in a stranglehold. And we need to see if the Axolotls have anything to say about that.
The Axolotls, there's been a couple holes with where their compositions have been formed. You pointed out time and time again. Hit scan, yeah, they're okay, but there's just heroes that are better. It's these small things in the hero selections, whether it can be in the comfort department or anything like that. It's holes that GFU, they're happy to take advantage of. All they got to do is put their hands in and shove that even farther. And it's very difficult for them to try and push through this, because right now, GFU, they're confident. They know these compositions. These are what we're used to seeing in terms of meta, and they don't really have a map that I could see them like having a difficult time with.
I mean, it's been compositional here for them, and I mean the Junkrat pick should have worked, but I mean they didn't have the every time they put a trap down, it was immediately taken care of. It was put in obvious spots. So I think positioning is something that we need to look at from the Axolotls, make sure that they're kiting away from the surge coming from GFU. GFU really understands their composition. They understand when the go button is. They look for those cooldowns to come out. They look for the utility to come out. Once you see Suzu come out, that's an immediate sign to hit the amp speed with your Lucio and get right on top of them, because all that damage is going to be permanent after that. You're not going to get that momentary invulnerability. So I mean, when you're running these Kiriko Lucio back lines, once Suzu is out, that's your go sign to get yourself into the fight and really let loose with all of your own cooldowns.
And I think that's a big part of the game that GFU's been winning. They've been winning the mind game, the timing. They've been in control of the tempo when these engages are been taken. And it's hard because that means that Rio Grande, they're constantly on the back foot. They're having to react to those pushes. And at that point, since you're reacting, you're taking the damage early on, you're using your cooldowns not in the same synchronization that you would have originally planned them out to be. And it's something that has to change as we get ready for our Escort map.
Yep, Escort map is going to come up next, and we're waiting on the bans to come through. So GFU have banned Dorado, so we're heading to Cuba once again. Havana will be our choice here. So as we head into that map, we have a chance to see some snipers. We have a chance to see some CC characters like a Mei, like a Symmetra. I don't think hit scan, other than if you're going to run the Widow v Widow matchup, in the beginning. Man, this one's going to be a little bit tough for Axolotls. I think, if they're going to continue to run with a hit scan, it needs to have more impact. Sojourn, chunking down, getting the charged rail shot up, using the dispersion field to be able to get that tick damage going on, building up everything like that. So that's, the compositions that I want to see changing coming here from the Axolotls, because right now it's just a compositional difference. That's really the difference between these two teams, is that, we just see a difference in compositions. And right now GFU, they understand how to play as a total 5. They know when they can go on a flank. They know when to react to the cooldowns coming out from the Axolotls. They definitely understand what their identity is as a team.
And that's the thing. It doesn't even have to be a very strong composition in itself. If you have 5 players who are on the same page, their minds are practically linked, and they know what the others are going to do. That's what makes a good Overwatch team. This is not your traditional ranked ladder play that you're just trying to do the best you can mechanically, hope that your teammates do the best you can. No, you're communicating. You need to plan these things out together, especially here on a map such as Havana. The Axolotls, this is their last shot to keep themselves in this series. If they go down here, it is all that she wrote today.
Well, I mean, that would be an interesting choice if you decide to go with the Genji there. But, defensively here for GFU, a bit of a different line that I don't usually see. Going with the Sigma, and you've got 2 hit scans, no Mercy here, so the Ashe doesn't get necessarily the same value without the Mercy pocket, but what you do have is the Discord Orb, and that's going to be the real kicker here for these 2 compositions.
Zenyatta, a lot of players complain about that Discord Orb just because of that sheer focus fire. If you just keep that thing on hand permanently, just give him a little purple balloon to carry around with him, you can just chunk down that Winston so quickly. I mean, of course, you don't need to worry about that, because you also have snipers who can hit one-shots just like that.
I mean, that's what you brought them out here for. That's what they're getting paid for, is to do that on a regular basis. That's literally their job, and we love to see it. So, I mean, Cammy, bringing out the Winston now. We're going to be looking to dive up on top of Saucy and Chaos, really try to take them out there. The big problem is that you've got Accretion and shielding up there of their own.
Yeah, especially when your bubble doesn't quite make it up there with the Winston. Not a great place for you to be. Honestly, Hammy doesn't even need to get an elimination here. If Hammy can just force players off the high ground, be a distraction, give Nerf and Curses those sight lines to actually work with, but if Chaos just lands them regardless, it's not going too far. It's a nice pick on the Bass, though, and Nerf really needed to take advantage of that. However, Axolotls still are in a rough position until they keep getting this one. All right, we see you, Nerf. We see you. It's been one of the carry players so far. Chaos going down, and space will finally be bought.
I mean, they buy the space, they get up into the high ground as well and take down Saucy, so both the PS are off the board here. And now it's going to be Sea Warrior under massive duress. There you go, he's down. Great push coming out here from the Axolotls. This composition really started to crank up.
Once you get the GFU off their high perch, they're pretty vulnerable. They don't have that chance to set up. If Hammy just keeps getting in their faces, doesn't give them an opportunity to do what they want to do, it's absolutely great here. The point is almost to that next corner, but the sight's out base! Oh, they were watching you! You can't peek those. You just can't peek things like that. Oh, it's such a much better play from Axolotls. It's like we're watching a different team.
I mean, this is a great composition coming out for them. Oh my word, Nerf is absolutely warmed up now. If they weren't warmed up before, they're certainly warmed up now.
That's what they needed. And the fact that there is no longer another Widowmaker for them, could be very good. You don't have to worry about winning those Widow duels. Much more free to poke sidelines. Hammy, though, gonna have the very opposite problem.
This is a great swap, though. Hookbait going into a Winston. Once the jump is gone, once the bubble is gone, they're completely defenseless other than at the life of their supports. This is a great little composition for them to be able to take space, control the space that Winston goes into, especially that Javelin Spear.
It's hard to control a giant 2-ton gorilla, though, swinging around with their angry fists. And that's the thing, you just look at the Winston, Curses, and Nerf, they go crazy. Hammy is more of a distraction than anything for Axolotls. It's a play that they're pulling out. We don't see it too much, but it's absolutely working.
I mean, I love it. I mean, this is a completely separate team, and these anti-ers being thrown in there, they've gotten the value off the back of that. Nerf is completely dialed in now. Chaos cannot play the game right now, and you love to see this. This is a great turnaround coming from the Axolotls. I thought they were down and out, to be quite honest, and this is completely against what they saw, and Nerf is still getting the work done.
Yeah, Nerf got the work done. There's no supports available. And the GFU, they completely overextended themselves. And they got aggressive there, but really, they just got cut off.
I mean, here for GFU, I mean, right now, they need a full reset. They need to stop trickling in, and that's exactly what's happening. They're trickling in, and they're just taking it out one by one. They're going to answer the Winston mirror here, so double monkey Overwatch coming in.
Double Winston means more Winston, and better Winston. We like Winston. Winston's great, but Winston certainly doesn't like Widowmakers who kill both of their supports right off the bat. Oh, Curse is following it up with another one. Axolotls want to push this one all the way through. Hookbait does manage to get one elimination onto Viznate, but they just don't have the support to keep this one going. And Havana has been a great turnaround for the Axolotls as they're very close to getting this third point.
All right, so George Fox University right now are on the back foot. And we're looking at 3:35 outside of the embattlements here in Old Havana. And I tell you what, Nerf is not missing right now. Wow. The sniper is getting all the work done right now. And I mean, even Bob was used in a previous fight, and they know where everybody's at right now. They know what their win condition is, and I mean, they should finish this with time unless we see some categoric changes coming out.
Oh, not again! Off the spot! What is that, Nerf? Where is this player been? Because they are showing up here in Havana. This is why the Axolotls have picked this map, because they have a player like Nerf who can just go absolutely bonkers.
I mean, you need to watch out right now. If they were anybody on GFU right now, because the shots are pure, and Curse is not doing too bad of a job either.
No! This is just a sniper gameplay. You could not have asked for a better map selection than this. They're just playing Axolotls. They're only playing so that they could go to Escort and just get their team on this map. This is where they're the most comfortable. They're rolling through this third objective. It's just been stagger after stagger for GFU Esports, and Hookbite going down isn't going to stop that anytime soon. You gotta slap the band-aid on at some point here, GFU, because they're scrambling to find a solution.
I mean, bringing the Tracer in to bear, yeah, it's great, but Nerf is still going ham here.
Gosh.
Oh my word, that is like, I swear that's 10 for Nerf at least here in this lobby, just on defense or on attack alone.
This should not be a thing. It just really should not be a thing. I mean, eventually Chaos has had enough, putting an end to Nerf, but a heavy investment just to get the re-engage out on here, Billy.
This is sick. This is sick coming out from them. I mean, Pulse Bomb ready. They finally put their line in the sand here, Tiny. Minute 45 on the clock. Pulse Bomb at the ready. I'd like the ball switch here. The displacement is not going to make life easy for either Curse nor Nerf here. And we've got an answering, look coming from Nerf. Nerf wants to pick them out again. They have found their rhythm. They have found their look here. This is great from the Axolotls.
You gotta assume though Nerf is gonna be under a lot of pressure from the Wrecking Ball and even Saucy too once they actually get into the mix. Pulse Bomb was thrown out though onto Curses. That was gonna be the actual target for this, and that's all GFU need to do. Axolotls, they're playing a split composition. Just collapse onto one player at a time, and you'll get those eliminations and those fight wins.
I mean, yeah, they're pressuring down the back line right now, but Hammy's still doing work, taking down a healer of their own. Saucy in so much trouble. There's the recall. I'm scared. I'm scared for you, Saucy.
I'm very scared. You shouldn't be scared for Saucy, though. You should be more scared for Curses, who just got eliminated straight back out of the spawn again. Hammy, another Primal Rage built up, but already chunked so low. Just has to be on defensive mode here. especially with Hookbait rolling in with those mines, but doesn't even get a chance to get them off. Will be stuck with that nade that Nerf recently swapped to, the Cassidy. Much more consistent damage to be laid down here as the payload is going to reach that final stretch.
I mean, we're looking right now at mines. Mines will be able to cordon off the point, but no healers available. This is going from bad to worse for GFU.
Great shutdown from Hammy. So close. The minefield, really the only hope, but it's minefield. You don't expect too much from this ultimate in the current state of the game. Kiriko will be right back out with the teleport. You're just waiting for Chaos to return with that overclock. That's the biggest chance that GFU has at holding this out as overtime is about to hit. Here comes the Sojourn player looking for the shots. Doesn't find them quite yet. There we go. That's down onto 2. 1 will be resurrected, however. Axolotls are not done fighting. They still have this Deadeye in their sights. Everyone will be zoned off, but still can just hide behind the cart. And a nice knock from the sidelines! What a play from Hammy, setting that up perfectly for Nerf! And might as well have guaranteed that completion coming through. What a play! Still, these players are going to keep coming out, so they'll keep trickling from GFU just to find some sort of window, but Axolotls, they set themselves up so incredibly well that it's still going to be difficult for them to lose it unless they keep staggering. They're getting caught out by themselves. They've already lost Viznut, and it's going to be a similar fate if they don't take out GFU. In the meantime, there's that Kitsune rush from Warrior. Unicorn close to one of their own. Doesn't even need it at this time, though. We'll put it out anyways, as Cursus returning to the battlefield will be that final blow on Havana.
I mean, fantastic there from the Axolotls, and I tell you what, that was a frenetic end to their attack phase. They almost lost it there in the end, but they get it done in overtime, so they at least guarantee themselves a shot. Should GFU be able to complete this map, but I mean, nothing is guaranteed here in Havana, especially with what we just saw Nerf do, not only with the Widowmaker, but then with the Cassidy as well, the magnetic grenades, picking up 3 in 2 fights, and the Deadeye. I mean, that combo, watching Hammy just swat them like trash on the side of the road into the Deadeye's sights, and then just letting loose that's what you want to see. So, I mean, beautiful work from them, beautiful coordination. I think they're starting to feel a little bit better about themselves. Bring the Widow back. Bring the Widow back. Why would you not bring the Widow to bear here when you just had the performance that you just did? You've got sightlines, and I mean, I guess the reason why is because we're running with the ball here. Hammy's going to be on the on the hamster, so that's why. You know, you won't have the shielding up there. You know, repositioning is going to would have to come a lot more rapidly. And, you know, you're looking for Hookbait to get on top of a Widowmaker. So I like this. Here, you know, with the double hit scan, I don't mind this here, especially with the spot healing available from the biotic field of the Soldier.
It's very separated comp. The Axolotls are running on the defense. I mean, GFU, not to say they're running that on their own, but they will be slightly more coordinated. You're going to have Saucy and Hookbait running together to take down players such as Nerf. You just need to collapse on these corners. A very interesting position for that player to be in at that time. And hey, GFU, they spot it out. They see an opportunity. They're a team that's going to take it. You cannot give them any room to work because they'll just take advantage of it fully.
Hookbait already with 2 in this first fight. Nobody's on the point. So, I mean, Hookbait is in some serious trouble here. They have a lot of sustain on their side, though. They've got the Moira here, trying to keep poor Hookbait up and alive. And, yeah, the orb has to come out for them. But, I mean, they're gaining a lot of space. But now it's about how are they going to focus down. What is their win condition here? What is their passion, or, I mean, their path to be able to get in on top of these points?
You want to get something set up, and, you know, Nerf still is going to be on that hot streak. With Ash, regardless of the sniper player, you want to get that set up with Hammy. However, the players are currently occupying the high ground. Curses and Nerf are rather uncontested until Saucy can knock them all down a couple sizes. Another fight will be unleashing more on the payload with those minefields. Being a little explosive, a little iffy to be in that area for the time being. GFU, though, they are sitting on a coalescence for when they decide to actually engage with that one. Hopefully getting a player back, but the high ground's where they set their sights. They know those hit scan are a threat, and one that can be nullified. If Saucy can just get it, the Soldier 76 is so low, but ends up getting taken out by themselves. Warrior will get to compensate with that coalescence, but once that expires, you don't have much. You can get players stuck in the minefield with a pulse bomb thrown on top. Little chair to put on top of that ice cream sundae. GFU hook bait is on a roll, quite literally, no pun intended. And it's a Taylor rolling to tap it more.
I mean, they're looking at time right now. I mean, they're just wasting so much time, and I mean, they're going to be in so much less time than what the Axolotls had going into point B here. And, you know, looking at Bob, the Kitsune Rush, I mean, 4 ultimates here for Axolotls coming into this next fight. The Blade is going to be dry. They're not going to have anything on the back end, if you even get it at all.
You're not going to get the Blade here. GFU, they really needed that elimination so badly to get them in. I mean, they got the Kitsune Rush on the board too, so you're not too concerned by it overall. It's been great about shutting these down. GFU, they're just going to come back into this with the Blade, a much better chance with that ultimate back.
I mean, Nerf is dialed in. Nerf is single-handedly making this his playground here, and we love to see it. We love to see a comeback story here. 70 seconds left on the clock here. Bob and the Coalescence both available to Axolotls in this fight. The Blade still hasn't been unsheathed yet.
No, you still have waiting in that opportunity because Saucy needed to find that opening, and it will be onto Nerf. The Bob, though, making it rather difficult. A nice replacement for the Ash that you just eliminated, and will take down Saucy with it. That Dragon Blade Major Wing condition has been eliminated, and that is going to be it. GFU, for the first time ever, they're on the really weak point.
I mean, they're in such a horrible position right now, and mines are available to hook bait, so I mean, you can kind of cordon off the point, but I mean, what are you going to do on the back of it? That's the real question, and especially with this Primal Rage available, that's an extra 1,000 hit points available to the Winston, so there's going to be a lot of sustain here in this fight for the Axolotls.
The sustain. Keep it going as they can get themselves out of the minefield. Still pulse bomb available from Chaos as well, and those are 2 going the way of GFU to start. They do not want to lose a map here. They want to keep themselves in it at least for a little bit longer. Hammy swinging around all angry monkey mode, easily disposed of, and overtime will hit, but so will that payload hit that checkpoint.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to be pretty much perfect from here on out, and the investiture of those ultimates in that last fight really puts them at a disadvantage. We're looking at Sound Barrier coming up here you're looking at the Tac Visor available, ready to go. No shielding available. Saucy's over on the Reaper. So, you know, can you chunk down the ball? What's your target here with the Reaper? That's the big question.
Ideally, you just want to keep Hammy at bay. Keep the pressure up on the snipers if you're able to get close, but more or less keep Hammy out of the middle of your team. Saucy fighting themselves face to face with the Gorilla. A good place for them. You basically don't lose health. You're gaining it with how much you're able to put out. GFU, they're getting a decent amount of progress on the payload. It's already halfway through this point before you've seen too much contention, and there you go. Hookbait will be focused out just like you predicted. That's the one thing Persis does offer. Consistent damage on that soldier. 76. His Axolotls will hold here.
I tell you what, the TNT usage by Nerf right now, we've talked about their precision with the Viper and with the sniper rifle when they were on the Widow. The TNTs have actually gotten a ton of damage and real value as well, building up to another Bob. So, I mean, it's going to be a 4 ultimate fight coming in here for the Axolotls going up against Sound Barrier.
Really only that Sound Barrier. This is either be impeccable timing here from GFU, or they just need to let Axolotls use all of their resources in this fight to have another chance for the next one. And that's what it's going to be. There's that Tac Visor and the Kitsune Rush to put together. Sound Barrier still will be committed into this fight, but Axolotls, they're using so much more on this back end, and GFU, they're going to get another reset left.
I mean, 3 ultimates into that fight to hold it. We're at 40 seconds left on the clock. You still have Bob. You still have the Primal Rage. Big problem right now for Axolotls is that they have nothing to defend against this Death Blossom that Saucy has built up. I guess if you put Bob in the middle of the Death Blossom, that might actually be a good choice. I'm not sure if Bob can withstand all that damage, but we'll see. This is going to be a very crucial fight. Hookbait, huge pick.
Absolutely huge. The one that had the bobber to really contest this one out. That's what you need. The fight's happening so far away from the objective. Someone will be able to grab that touch. I hope Chaos got a nice elimination, but it did cost them their life in order to get it. The payload will be contested here and roll through for a bit longer. Saucy holding on to this Death Blossom has been for quite some time, and they're going to need it here.
Kitsune Rush into the Death Blossom could be an absolutely disgusting combo, but Saucy gonna play a little bit tricky here. And I like the discipline. I like the hiding here. Is somebody caught underneath there? I think somebody is.
I'm not 100% sure. Actually, no, they did get curses out from underneath that. That's really, really a terrible stagger here. That Bob was absolutely put into scrap metal. Didn't really even make too much of a difference here. GFU, they built up 4 ultimates through the course of this. They just need to dump everything and ensure that they can get themselves through this objective. And you combo a couple of them up, and you will get a full-on team wipe to guarantee yourselves this 3rd point.
Chaos swapping over to the Sojourn here, and I don't hate it one bit. I mean, look, Saucy has really held on to this Death Blossom for quite some time now. And look at this, the forward positioning. I love the aggression coming out from GFU here. Axolotls, they've swapped over to a Diva, and Curses over to a answering Ash, so you're going to have the dynamite damage going in on top of that as well. Ultimate's ready to go here for GFU. You've got the Kitsune Rush. So, I mean, the trigger discipline coming from GFU right now, despite being so low and so far behind in the time bank, yeah, they're understanding what they want to do here, and I'm kind of scared for the Axolotls right now.
Ooh. Yeah, I would be too. After Chaos gets Nerf out of the fight, just swept to the Widowmaker. And Saucy even with a bit of a bait on that flank too. Now's the time to go though. You got the Kitsune Rush and the Death Blossom teleport straight to the back, but the Defense Matrix and Suzu does quite a bit to deny it. Hookbait though is easily able to follow up on the rest of it later. Kitsune Rush is going to be the better one here, as it's typical for your support ultimate to push yourself all the way through. 20 seconds remaining in Axolotls. They got to get themselves a touch.
I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to. They've got, you know, they've got Bass with the sound barrier ready to go. Teleport comes through. So, I mean, there's chances here for them to get 6 seconds to go. It's going to have to be a touch from Bass.
It's the only one that's really even close right now, and they're not. Saucy will be there to guarantee the overtime, but you're gonna have to do it without the sound barrier from your Lucidio, running away from that self-destruct. Now, do not allow the demon to come back. That's actually big. Hammy, that might have been a bit of an error on their end, because now Axolotls, they're finding themselves in the back foot. No tank, you got a Bob. That can be your new tank. Stall it out for a bit of time. At this point, Bass is going to be back into the fight with that sound barrier. Just an extra cushion between that Bastion that is sitting on that high ground. All pretty, doing all the damage. GFU, since this has gone on, they got their ultimates. There's the Terra Surge, gets nerfed so incredibly low. Finished off as they will, as Chaos has come in to be the the last words in this map. Get 2. This is the overclock alone. And another one, as both of these teams have finished the map of Havana in overtime.
Oh my word, you sound out of breath, Tiny. I feel out of breath just watching what just happened there. And now we go to overtime here. Both have a minute, so you know somebody's going to win this map here. Now, I believe that Axolotls will come out on the attack. Yes, they will come out on the attack since they started out attacking first. So now, GFU, what do you do to stop what we just saw happen on the attack from the Axolotls? Because they had the composition, they didn't really face any kind of a threat when they came out. So if Nerf pops off again, which we have seen all here in this map of Havana, GFU, yeah, I like this composition coming out from them. They're looking for something to chunk down a tank. Nerf showing us the Symmetra right now. I would rather see the Widowmaker, to be quite honest.
Yeah. They're taking their time to decide. They don't have to pick something for the next 23 seconds. But yeah, GFU, they're sticking with their guns. This is the composition that they like to run, and they can run it close. They can run it brawly, which is going to be great against these 2 snipers.
I mean, they've got escapability. They've got mobility. I mean, with the amp speed from Bass to get hook bait out of sauce or, you know, rather spicy situations, it's going to come down. Oh, Nerf, I like this. I like this Hanzo pick.
Ooh.
Pressure, pressure.
It's the first time we're seeing Hanzo. Haven't done too much of them lately, but still can do a lot of damage just chunking down tanks. Really anybody with those storm arrows. It's going to be great for buying space or even making hookbait play a bit more scared with how this is actually going to end up playing. GFU, they're playing it, they're positioning themselves in this little library, this little section. Will eventually be forced out as the port will do the ideal site for that first engagement is we haven't seen too much from Nerf yet on this Hanzo. Only really been hitting those shots on the Orisa. The big target is often the easiest one to get, but a rather slow start of just waiting for somebody to be caught out of position, and it will be Dr. Unicorn. KS taking advantage of it, but of course you have the resurrection in place for the attackers. 10 seconds remaining. You can't have these fights go on so long like you traditionally do with an Orisa comp because the time is just running short, and it's going to continue to do so. The closest thing we got here, we got Warrior with that Kitsune Rush. If they can get that up here, Billy, that could be big.
But I mean, you're gonna go into quite a few ultimates, and her finally gets it. There is the Dragon Strike coming through. That separates everybody.
Separates everyone, but they are able to regroup within the Kitsune Rush, but without Chaos to guide them through it. Hammy bringing everybody in, just really get the sound barrier, move them back out, and eventually that'll be too much. You'll have to overwhelm that Orisa player. Doesn't have that same advantage with the sound barrier. Putting Bob in, the extra 5th man you never knew you needed, but GFU Saucy gets in with 3. We'll end up going down because Bob gets 2, and Axolotls, they're still in it with 2 players left standing. It's a 2v2. But the tank really to push them off. Chaos is peeking too far out to be caught, and GFU, it looks so good right there. They're losing this battle.
Oh man, GFC, I mean, Sea Warrior right now needs to get back to Europe. They got their full commitment coming in here. Hammy is going to be in trouble. Hookbait has the Terror Surge. This is coming out.
You got it, the Suzu's already was there such an early Suzu. The Dr. Unicorn, they're gonna pay for that mistake. Curse is getting incredibly low. All you needed was the tank back in the fight because Hookbait is the answer and the response. And this payload will be halted just close of the first objective. Nothing less to expect upon Havana.
I mean, that Dragon Strike could have been held. That's the only criticism that I have there. I mean, it was incredibly well played. The fact that we got ultimates up with a minute on the clock shows how precise these two teams were firing here in Havana in the extra innings. Man, I think that, I think the only real disclaimer I have for that round is Nerf letting loose with that Dragon Strike without having everybody lined up. You could have held it for, a couple seconds just to get, at least vision out. Even throw your Sonic Arrow out there to see where people were positioned at. That was the only real flaw that I saw in that round. So, I mean, there's a win condition. It's match point for GFU. Do we go to a 4th map, or are we done for the evening here with these two teams? Bringing out a little bit something different here. Nerf, bringing out the May. Close hold, question mark? And Puppy Dog.
Puppy Dog! Okay, but let's just walk in the Puppy Dog.
Yes, I love this. I love that. Orisa's my main, and that is my favorite emote in the entire game. I don't care what anybody says. You can at me in the comments. I don't care. The puppy emote is the best in the game.
But even the cat emote that Brick has, that one's adorable.
I'm a dog person.
I'm a cat person. Hey, agree to disagree here. I'll definitely be doing that. Hey, no more question mark, though, on whether this will be a spawn hold. You get the May. Up in close and personal, but it's already falling to pieces as Chaos picks off his Nante. On their head, and there goes the other supports. The backline has crumbled, and likely so will the rest of the Axolotls team once all of their cooldowns have been exploited. And this is already a great start for GFU.
I mean, Saucy bringing out the Bastion there, and I mean, so much trouble, and Chaos does get the assassination on the back end of that low. That was a nasty slide and shot there from them, and, well, I mean, they're going to make some forward positioning here. Changes coming out from Axolotls. Nerf over to the Bastion. We see Saucy going over to his soldier, so double hit scan coming out from them as well.
Very, very similar compositions, only the Moira and Bastion being the differences on the side of the Axolotls. The Axolotls do have the high ground in their favor, but they don't have Nerf to back them up. A lot of that chip damage is gone. GFU, they can close out this series right here and right now. Have the players to be able to do it, and they're just going to keep picking them off. The Axolotls, they dropped just too little too late. GFU, they had the time to set up, and they're taking full advantage of it. Hammy, really the only one that's kind of holding out strong, as the health, has the Terror Surge. As they have to catch somebody out, but that Suzu, incredible timing. Warrior escorting everyone to safety. That's so close to the sound barrier too. It really doesn't even need it in this scenario because everybody else is cleaning up on the field. GFU wanting to take this one all the way to the victory, and they shall get it, a 3-0 sweep in their Week 3 matchup and putting them up at another undefeated perfect record.
Well, I tell you what, that was way better from the Axolotls. Very impressed with their comeback there. Yeah, Hammy went absolutely ham on this Winston. I love their Winston play. I mean, the juggle here was good when we did see them come out. I mean, just got the full value with the Tesla cannon.
Yeah.
Had all the fun in the world on one of my favorite tanks in the game as well. So, I mean, you'll love to see Winton Overwatch come out here. We got to see some monkey play there, but man, Axolotls need to take what they did on Havana and apply it to the rest of their map types. I think they're going to stand themselves in a little bit better stead, but man, GFU really, really firing on all cylinders all night long. It took them a little bit longer, having to go to extra innings there on Havana, but they get the job done in a clean 3-0 sweep.
Very clean. Always great to be able to continue these undefeated records throughout. And hey, that's not to say it was a much better improvement. I think once that extra player was brought back in, you got Nerf. Rio Grande looked much more comfortable, and I think that's why we saw Havana go to the lengths that it actually did after getting the field for it back on Midtown. So both of these teams, ones to watch out for as the regular season will continue with the NECC. However, that will be all from us tonight, Chef Billy. It's been a pleasure to bring to you the A stream for the NECC broadcast, and I'm looking forward to some more games throughout the week.
Yep, we've got Rocket League up tomorrow night. I'll be on that broadcast tomorrow night. And you know what? This is a pretty good end to week number 4 here in the NECC. Make sure that you guys are tuning in not only to this channel here on NECC Esports, but also NECC2 to see if your team is going to be on stream. But for myself and Grissom, Caroline, and of course you, Tiny Shiny, we're going to sign off for the night. Take care of each other, and we'll see you later.